Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We're going to go ahead and get into it, y'all. We're well overdue. It's been a little over a week since we got into this initially. We read quite a bit. Last time we met on this transcript, baby, it was almost 4 hours. It was almost 4 hours, and we put in that time. Okay. So let's get into it. It's time to finish this up. We can only hope. Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna do our best, right? We're gonna do our best. We're gonna finish the direct because we're almost done with it. In thank God. Okay, we're almost finished with her direct, and we're gonna go to the cross. The cross is, I think, what we've been waiting for. I think some of y'all skipped ahead. A couple of y'all asked me for the link. I don't know if y'all found it or not. Um, Baby, I needed a minute to recover after the 4 hours of reading. I feel like it was just a lot. Anyway, let me go grab a water really quick. I still am sipping on my coffee from hours and hours and hours ago. This coffee is like 5 hours old now. What time did I get my coffee this morning? At 5:30. Um, and it's still warm, I think. It's giving lukewarm. So let me go grab a water out of the refrigerator and we're going to get into it and try to go as far as we can without losing our minds because ma'am, um, sis is what I refer to as vapid. Okay. Sis is not, it's kind of surprising. Some people feel like, well, she didn't talk like that on TikTok. Can you believe that? People actually commented to me, well, she didn't really talk like that on TikTok. I guess people are, look, TikTok is a whole nother thing. TikTok is TikTok and life is life. And when you're sitting on the stand fighting for your life and trying to tell a fugazi story that makes absolutely no sense, and you probably hear it coming out of your mouth, knowing good and well that you're getting ready to spend the rest of your life in the Florida State Women's Penitentiary on some foolishness where you should have kept your butt at home, baby, it's going to sound how it sounds. I don't even know what to say. But however she sounded on TikTok, at the end of the day, she should have kept her butt on TikTok and not got on a plane to go and talk to this girl who clearly didn't really want to talk to her. Isn't this stupid? This was so, it's sad. It's sad that someone actually really lost their life. So I want to give it the respect that it deserves. But this is so like, based on what we are reading, if everything that we are reading is true, let's just recap for a minute if you have not been here. Kayla in the middle was dating, and that's on period. Kayla was living her life. She was a young lady living in South Florida, and the guy she really liked was this guy Revelto over here to my right. I don't know if I'm assuming that's your going to be you guys right as well. The guy with the locks, the long hair with the white button down shirt. Okay. She really liked him, but he had a girlfriend and she was fully aware of that. And but they had an arrangement, they dealt with each other, and but she, according to her best friend, the one she really liked was Revelto. Revelto had a girl up in New York, but pretty much they were dating. Now, Kayla dated other people. She also dated this guy here, seems off and on, this guy Terry, okay, Monsieur Thierry, the Haitian dude, okay, who was dating the Jamaican girl, Miss Sakiyna Thompson, who was cray, okay? So Sakiyna finds out that there is someone additional in their relationship, which was Kayla. Kayla kept showing up in her phone. Well, not in her, well, in her phone, in her feed, because Kayla was being filmed and photographed by Terry's friends. Clearly, Terry's friends did not care. They posted stuff and they were posting stuff at the bars and the clubs. And because Sakiyna was following, she would see everything. So she would see Terry is out there, and she saw on more than one occasion that he was close to, or that there was someone in proximity to her boo. And the very first night that Kayla and Monsieur Thierry met, baby, she was over there, found out Kayla's Instagram and reached out to Kayla and was like, "Hey, yo, what's going on with you and this guy? That's my boyfriend. I just, you know what I mean? I want to let you know." I mean, this is the deal. Where Sakiyna is stupid is that she thought that reaching out to somebody and letting them know that you are the girlfriend of record makes a difference. I mean, not to say that it doesn't make a difference, but at the end of the day, you reaching out to somebody that does not know you and doesn't care doesn't make a difference because you say he's got a girlfriend when he's telling her he don't. And I'm saying he don't, rather that he does not, right? Or doesn't. Okay. He said he doesn't have a girlfriend. So he's not claiming you, sis. So for the duration, according to the best friend, he never claimed Sakiyna. He told her, don't worry about it. Okay. She thought that because she informs the girl that she's the girlfriend, that this woman should back off. And that is girl code, but everybody doesn't practice girl code, unfortunately. Everybody's not practicing girl code, and some girls don't care. Some girls don't care about girl code. Some girls weren't taught girl code, and some girls don't care about girl code, and some women, girls, whatever, at the end of the day, it's all in how you come to me. So if you come stank and you come grimy, then I'm gonna, you know what I mean? So, and then maybe also, why don't you deal with your man? If that's really your man, why don't you deal with him? Yeah, just bad all the way around. I mean, if you have to find yourself reaching out to another woman about somebody that you think is your man, baby, that's not your man. That's he's for the streets. You know what I mean? So, not to say he's not cheating, not to say he's not doing you wrong, but at the end of the day, if you have to contact another woman about a man that you think is yours, baby, he's not yours. He's for the streets. And that's what Sakiyna, I don't know. She thought that she was used to bullying people and that she was used to getting her way, and that contacting people and telling them that that's your boo get people out the way. But she hadn't met Kayla, and Kayla didn't care. You know what I'm saying? Kayla was, you know, Kayla was already dealing with someone who had a girlfriend, so clearly she wasn't bothered by that. Now, is that dangerous? Obviously it was, because I think for anybody who has been keeping up with this story, you know that it's dangerous in the 2020s to be messing with somebody's husband or boyfriend, because these women are homicidal. There's a bunch of homicidal females out here that do not mind getting their pew pew and take you right on up out of here, okay? Over some knucklehead that isn't even giving you any respect. Just stupid, right? So, unfortunately for Kayla, she didn't factor in that this chick was absolutely bonkers. Okay, that she was bonkers, she's homicidal. If you have not heard the video yet, we did a video. It's been a few videos, Sakiyna Thompson videos ago, but there were some letters that were sent to the judge. They were absolutely hard to read. Some of them were handwritten, and it was quite difficult to get through some of them. Some of them were legit emails and things like that, but some were handwritten and they were kind of hard to read the way that they were scanned in. But specifically, I think part one, because there were quite a few letters. We had to split it up into two different videos. I think it was part one. It was either one or two, whichever one. There was a letter from a friend who said that she was a good friend of Sakiyna. She'd been friends with her for a long time. And actually, she was supposed to travel with Sakiyna down to Florida for that trip because Sakiyna was concerned about how she would handle the situation. And the friend stated that she regrets not going with her because she feels like she could have done something to help the situation not go as far, and that Sakiyna is not a bad person and blah blah blah. I don't know if you guys remember that. If you saw that letter, baby, it's just giving it there's a reason why this girl is in jail for the rest of her life. It is premeditated. You asked a friend to go with you. You phoned a friend. The friend couldn't go. You said you needed someone to go with you because you kind of knew that it could go left, and it did. So you already knew in your right mind that you did not have the maturity to handle a conversation with this girl because you're angry at Terry. Okay? The friend should be happy she didn't go, girl, because she would be over there. Well, I don't know that she would have got caught up if she didn't. It's quite possible she could have stopped. It wouldn't have gone. It's possible it wouldn't have gone that far, but it's possible that if it did, she would have got caught up. Right. You know what? But we also have to factor in, would the friend have called the police? Would the friend have helped her clean up? Would the friend have gone Thelma and Louise with her? Or would the friend have been like, stayed back, called the police, did the right things? Something horrible happened type thing. What we're finding out through the testimony is that Sakiyna did all of the wrong things and handled this thing like a murderer. She handled this thing like a cold-blooded murderer. She killed the girl. She left her on the floor. She went to the bathroom. She got herself cleaned up. She helped herself to the facilities. She helped herself to the woman's closet. Helped herself to clothing, shoes, suitcase, to pack up bloody clothing. Like, whatever your intent was or not, at the end of the day, when you cleaned up and picked up and rounded up evidence and items, got yourself in a position that you could walk out of this apartment in a way that you were not going to be be detected as to what just happened, and that you left someone to die, or that someone has passed, and you did not call the police, you did not call EMT, you didn't, nothing. You just left, went back to your hotel, got a shower or whatever you did back at the hotel, because maybe they're going to ask her, because it doesn't seem like her lawyer asked what happened, but we're going to get to that part. What did you do when you got back to the hotel? That's what I would like to know. Did you shower? Did you call for room service? Did you finally finish up your Shake Shack stuff that meant so much to her? Did you finish your Shake Shack meal? What happened? Because we know the following day you got on a plane, you went back to New York, and that they finally caught up with you 3 weeks later and arrested you, right? And then she was over on Rikers Island for a couple weeks till they came to pick her up, right? You didn't behave like someone who, like, something had happened that you regretted. You know what I mean? So, a mess. Anyway, okay, let me grab a water really quick. And I'll be right back. Okay. I knew the minute I got up, you know who and you know who were gonna be looking at me like, "Can we go out now?" She would have caught a charge too. Uh, if they only went, I'm gonna just say this. If they had gone over there to talk to the girl and that's what happened, she wouldn't have. If they had gone over there and a fight broke out, we don't know that if they would have gone over there, a murder would have occurred, right? We don't know that. Had the murder occurred and everything happened in the way that it did, and they would have got on a plane and left and tried to pretend, baby, she would be right there with Sakina in the women's penitentiary. But we don't really know. But to me, the telling part about that letter is that you discussed going on this trip with someone and your friends who are just as dumb as you are. If that lady's in the bushes who wrote the letter, and it's in the it's in a video. I'm sure we said her name. I don't know. But the woman who was dumb enough to write the letter, who said she knew that Sakina was going down there. She didn't say I knew Sakina was going down there to kill somebody, but that is exactly what happened. Um, ma'am, really? Like at this point, maybe you feel guilty for not going and think that you could have done something and it would have turned out different. Then it's really sad that you didn't go because you could have saved this woman. You could have saved two women's lives. You could have saved one woman from actually being unalive, and you could have saved your friend from a lifetime at the women's penitentiary. So, boom. Um, the funny thing too, and I need to find it. I feel like I took screenshots of it. Somebody sent me a screenshot of one of these jail websites where you get like pen pals, and I think Sakina is already asking for pen pals, like you can write her and stuff like that. I was just like, girl, ain't nobody writing you. Who's gonna I'm sure somebody out there is writing her because there is a very odd underbelly of people who are fascinated by inmates. Okay. Um just as much as we like a good true crime story, there are people out here who are so fascinated by these criminal defendants who have, girl, I forget what it's called again. You guys know. Um a mess. I don't believe I think there's it's hard to know what happened. It doesn't make sense to me that Kayla, so I do believe, look, let's think of it this way. So Kayla got home from work, right? Kayla got home from work and she changed into her robe. I doubt that. So I really did feel like Sakina might have like bum rushed her from behind and pushed her way in, but Kayla was not in her work clothes. Kayla was comfortable. Maybe she either stepped out the shower or was going to take a shower because she had a robe on with like panties and a bra or something, or just she had a robe on, right? So she might have been going to take a shower. She might have gone to either took a shower or was getting ready for a shower or getting ready for bed. She had changed. I doubt she would have changed if Dummy had been in the apartment, right? So the theory that Sakina rushed her into the apartment, I think is probably not accurate because of the fact that she was already in her comfortable clothes. Because Sakina did say that she was knocking on the door. Now, we didn't have the benefit of seeing the ring footage in that hallway that might corroborate that Sakina did knock on the door. We don't know because we didn't get to see that because South Florida news channels didn't have the there was nobody cluing them in that this was actually going to be a trial that they needed to broadcast because this one was going to be quite interesting, right? So we don't know what happened, but I do think that she must have knocked on the door. And Kayla opened the door. Kayla was already in her comfortable clothes. And I don't know why she would have let her in. Now, did she barge in? I could believe she barged in. I don't know. I mean, that part about she opened the door and she pulled down her mask, I kind of can believe that that happened, but I would have been, me personally, not that I would have been scared, but I would have been on some like, "Oh shit, like bitch, what are you doing here?" Or like, "I don't have anything to say to you, girl. No. No, we're not doing this. Like, I just got home from work. I'm clearly not dressed. And no, we're not doing this." But you know what I'm saying? Everybody is not the same. We're factoring in what is this generation called, girl? Gen Z? Girl. We're factoring in these young people really are into having confrontations, and but with no decorum, no negotiating skills, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is a damn beatdown video on TikTok and Facebook. These kids were raised around seeing some confrontations on Facebook. Some of these 20-year-olds and their moms, you know what I'm saying? Girl, these women right here have mothers our ages or younger. I don't know how old Sakina's 30, so her mom could very well be 50. Kayla's mom was giving in her 40s. So these, you know what I'm saying? We don't really know. Um Kayla was giving, she didn't care. You know what I'm saying? Like she was living her life, she's dating, and homie told her not to worry about it, and she did not seem phased. She wasn't phased. I don't think she would have taken no for an answer. The chick stayed there for 3 hours waiting for the girl to get home. So yeah, I don't know that I think she barged in. I don't think she bum rushed from behind her when she got home. It's unfortunate, but I do think Kayla opened up the door because Kayla was in her comfortable clothes, her robe. She was disrobed. She had taken off her work uniform. Had she been in her work uniform, it would be safe to assume that she may have bum rushed her coming in. She could have bum rushed her way in. Yeah, the fact that she got there at 2 in the morning and waited till damn near 5 o'clock um, says something, laying in wait. That can be an aggravator to a crime when they say that the assailant laid in wait, meaning that they sat and waited for you. That's an aggravator. She might have been cool as a cucumber. Girl, I feel like that situation made me think of a situation in my college years that I'm girl, it's one of those take to the grave moments. So I really have to remember, but I feel like I had a confrontation with a girl once or twice. Like, I was about to say once or twice. Um, one of these so-called woman to woman conversations in college, baby. Just like the 16-year-old opened the door. Yeah, I mean, when you look, I would never. The people these days are waiting for people to slip. Okay, we're gonna get into the transcript in a second. Somewhere, somebody on the replay is like, "What time is the transcript reading gonna start?" And when it starts, I'm gonna put a chapter in there. Okay, so just relax. If you are upon the replay right now, just know look down into the description box and there'll be a timestamp and you can go straight to the transcript. Okay, we're talking right now. I actually I feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for Sakina. I don't. I feel like she's a damaged woman. So from that standpoint, maybe I do feel pity for her. And I'm not someone who feels pity for a lot of people. You know what I mean? People make choices and they're where they wanted to be. These are the results of the decisions, and like they say, this is the harvest of the seeds that you planted, right? You planted these seeds and this is the garden, right? Um I don't feel sorry for her. I feel like she had a lot of opportunity to make a lot of choices. This is a young woman who unfortunately has made bad decision after bad decision. Now, Kayla is a victim, but Kayla was making some bad decisions too. Let's just be honest. Unfortunately for her, these are bad decisions that a lot of girls make at this age. This is part of growing up and learning your way around and feeling your way around relationships. It's just unfortunate for her that she chose to deal with a guy who had a girlfriend or a woman in his life that was homicidal. She would have had no way to know that. Kayla didn't do anything wrong. She was dating and living her life. And unfortunately, some of the decisions that she made put her life at risk, and she had no idea. She had no idea. She did not deserve to lose her life over what she was doing. Even when you make a bad mistake, you don't necessarily deserve to lose your life. I hope that some people who are listening to this in the future who have heard of this story now know and may just at least have the forethought that, you know what, let me leave him alone because sis might be crazy over there. You know what I mean? There is a segment of our young girls who are not having that type of thought pattern and understanding the cause and effect of some of the decisions that they are making that can put their life at risk. So I just don't think that she thought that because she was dealing with Revelto and Revelto had a girlfriend. Revelto's girlfriend didn't jump on a plane. Absolutely. Like I said, she was dating and living her life. I really don't think that she did anything wrong. She had no idea that this other woman who was more attached to this guy was actually homicidal. That's the unfortunate part that I feel really sorry. I feel very bad for Kayla. And as a mother, I would be so angry that my daughter would lose her life over something with these two numbskulls. Like, honestly, Sakina and Terry sound like a bunch of dummies. Like, it's just awful. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. Sakina was a little older, not much older, and she should have knew better. She should have knew better than to get on a plane and think you're going to go confront somebody about supposedly your man. That's supposed to be your man and you're going to go confront another woman about your man? Girl, you seem very slow. Okay? But yeah, I don't feel sorry for Sakina at all. I don't feel sorry for Sakina. I feel sorry for the child, little TT. Um Sakina's son, who I guess I don't know if he knows her or not. He might know her through the phone, through the tablet. But he has to grow up with a mother who is incarcerated, and that because his dad was Mr. Playboy player, made his mother lose her mind because he could not tell the truth and create a situation for a woman to be killed and his mother to be in jail. Like, it's just awful. I think she say she didn't give a fuck? We'd have to go back to the transcript, but according to Sakiyna, she said she didn't give a fuck, and that if Terry contacted her, that she was going to talk to him. Like, she basically said, if Terry calls me, I'm going to deal with like, I'm not dealing with Terry, and that's it. That's all. Like, thanks for coming by. And I think she blew some hookah smoke in her face. Kayla was on some I don't give a fuck. That's her house, her time, her body, her phone, her decisions. But like I said, she had no idea she was dealing with a killer. Yeah, I don't yeah. Kayla, I feel very sorry for her cuz she had no clue that she was dealing with this dummy. Unfortunate, very sad. Anyway, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see how far we can go. Hold on a second. I feel like I'm getting alerts. Uh okay. Okay. Let's try to get into some of this. I don't believe the events happen that way in Kayla's house. I don't think they were just having a pleasant how do you do? Okay, girl. Da da da. I just don't see it. I don't think also that Sakiyna turned around and was trying to leave and got bashed on the head with the hookah because and why, if you're getting ready to fight, would you put the dog up? You leave the dog out, let the dog bark because the dog is going to, whether the dog is going to protect you or not, the dog is going to at least alert and people are going to hear a barking dog, and that might alert someone when they hear the scuffle that something is going on. I would never have put the dog away. Number 2, if the girl came for her like she said she did, it's because something happened. Now, when she was leaving and it became a fight, why did she wait to bash you over the head with the hookah? Like, it's not making sense. Also, the blackout, that you could black out, that just certifies how crazy you are, that you could black out and stab someone as many times as she was stabbed and bludgeon her in the way that she did. I mean, it looked like it was very bad. So anyway, let's get into it, guys. We are I put the link for the first reading of Sakina's testimony. We read testimony before. We read opening testimony, the opening statements, and we read the first full day and a half of testimony. We skipped ahead because it's 10, 11 days of testimony at around 6, 7 hours, and I'm only one person and I cannot do the whole thing. I mean, it's just I thought I would be able to, but we're not doing it. If there is specific testimony you guys want to hear, then absolutely. But I think the main testimony that you guys have wanted to hear over this time. How many times was she stabbed? They said 37. Her carotid artery and her jugular, um she slashed like over like an inch thick into, I feel like it was 7 millimeters, um which when I looked on a ruler, it was giving a little over an inch. Like, she stabbed her up in her neck. She severed major artery. She completely bled out. And when Sakiyna said, like, she was dead, she went and she cleaned up. She went and got fresh clothes. She took a suitcase to pack up all of her bloody items. and took a shopping bag, took a suitcase, cleaned herself up, called for her Uber, and took her ass back to her hotel and stayed quiet and then left the following day. So she's dead wrong for all of that. She went home. She'd even go home and call a lawyer, like, hey, something horrible happened. I didn't mean for it to happen. She didn't do any of that. She went about her life like nothing ever happened. That's why she's doing life. That's why she's doing life. So she has requested a new trial and that was denied. Her lawyer has filed for an appeal and the appeal application is under review. So there's nothing new on that, but I check it a couple times a week. I checked it this morning. I don't see anything. Nothing new yet. It's still they're still reviewing it. So if the application is correct and I guess they feel like there is something to appeal, then we'll know something. But for right now, the application has been accepted. Everything is under review. So I'm just keeping an eye on it and I'll let you guys know if there's anything that changes with that. But she is filing for an appeal on a couple of different things. Don't forget, girl, the slippers. Tanika came right out the bushes. Good morning, Tanika. Hi, boo boo. Good morning. Girl, she put on that girl's shoes. She put on I think it was actually her mom's shoes. They were shoes that Kayla, you know how your daughter wears your shoes? They were mom's shoes, Diana, that Kayla wore all the time when she would come home from work. And that skank not only put on those women's clothes, because she may have taken something of Kayla's, but they think that the pink sweatshirt was Diana's. So she just grabbed clothes. Some things could have been Diana's, some things could have been Kayla's, but she grabbed things that did not belong to her, to take her bloody items and evidence out of the apartment. I don't know, but you know what? At the end of the day, let them review it and then she can leave everybody alone for the next 100 years. You know what I'm saying? Just let her, you know what I'm saying? That's what the good people of Florida pay for. There's a lot of judges making some nice salaries over there that have cases to review. Let them make sure that due process was adjudicated appropriately, right? Just let them. Just go ahead because y'all paying your money anyway in Florida, so why not? Let those judges who are making nice salaries, the clerks, all of the folks that support the appellate court over there in Florida, do their job, review, and send her a nice letter that, ma'am, go ahead and settle on in, baby, because ain't nothing going to pop off, and you may as well just make yourself at home, and you're not going anywhere, baby. You know what I mean? Just let her get her confirmation that everything was done decent and in order and you were adjudicated to the fullest extent of the law of the good state of Florida and you are exactly where you need to be, right? Oh, they find her fingerprints, baby. They found her blood. They found her fingernail. I sent the screenshot to your email. Hold on. If you have not, so whoever was let me see who asked about that. Did they find her? Go to the video where we read Detective Kuchler's detective report. There was like a 37-page timeline that we read. It took us like an hour and a half. We read the complete detective notes and they ended up matching her in CODIS. So they did find her DNA. One of her nails, Kayla did lose a nail, like an actual physical nail, not just a pop off acrylic. And it was in the blood. I think there was skin and a nail fragment under Kayla's nail. There was video, fingerprints, everything. So yeah, she left a complete trail Yeah, she left herself behind. There was no getting out of it. Hold on a second. Let's see. Girl, when they went to her place in Queens, when they went to her, when the US Marshals and New York Police Department went to Queens to the house and they found the Prada bag, her crossbody, baby, why did it have her Spirit Airlines ticket still in there? Just one second. Let's see. Sakiyna was 2 months pregnant with my baby. Oh, this is I feel like I've seen this somewhere. Um, this is Terry responding to a post. I feel like I've seen this somewhere, but I can't remember. Sakiyna was 2 months pregnant with my baby, and I was still together with Kayla. They was supposed to have a woman to woman talk. Sakiyna told Kayla she was pregnant by me, and that's when Kayla hit her first. I was on FaceTime the whole time with Sakiyna. Stop listening to them blogs. Look, and that's possible. So you're saying, so Terry is saying he was on. So why didn't you call and report what happened? I mean, look, he said, stop listening to them blogs. Then the person responds back, you supposed to be in the court too. And then someone says, why you set Sakiyna up? You knew that was no gonna end well. I'm reading it exactly how it's typed. Where I come from, we don't take stands. I already accepted my part of contempt of court and I will serve my 6 months and pay my fine. That's where it came from that he was in contempt of court, but nobody called him. He was not subpoenaed for the trial, but maybe he was in contempt because he would not. I don't know. I never agreed for them to do that. How can I stop two grown adults? Okay. Uh, just a second. I've seen this before and this is his screen name on Instagram, but his Instagram is shut down. Like it's not shut down, but it's private. Um, like I said, he's a dummy. Why he had a responsibility to report if he saw the murder happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what they're doing with that. You know what I mean? Girl, I don't know. I don't know how they look at that. Um, okay. Let me send this to, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll put this on the screen. If you've been following this, you might have seen this. This is one of these things that I would say we don't really know Terry like that. I'm just going to say to know everything of what he says is the truth. We don't really know, but I think I don't know. I'm not really sure if they decided it wasn't worth pursuing him. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is what our friend in the chat just sent us. Hold on a second. Hold on. Just so you guys can see. So I'm going to just say, take this with a grain of salt. I have seen this before. I've seen it like on Facebook. I've seen it on TikTok. I've seen it in people's videos. People have talked about this. Terry responding to the comments before the trial ever happened. Is it okay? This will work. Hold on. Now, some of you might say, well, why didn't they pick him up? I don't know. I don't. Maybe they just felt like, okay, we got the murderer, and that is Sakiyna. So I don't really know. That would be a question for the prosecutors as to why, because there are people who come to the comments who feel like Monsieur Thierry needs to be in prison right along with Sakiyna, and whether he knew what she was going to do when she went down there. But let's just say this is accurate, and he was on FaceTime with her when, if they were having like a conference, a teleconference, like, look, let me call Terry. That's my man, or whatever she did, and called Terry on the phone, and then the fight broke out, and then they're on FaceTime. But keep in mind, Sakiyna never gave her code for her phone. So they were able to subpoena the apps. They never got into Kayla's phone. They were able to subpoena the apps. Terry gave permission for them to go to his Lyft and to his Uber Eats account and something else, but they never got his phone. So when we read Detective Kuchler's notes, they never, to this day, they have Kayla's phone, but they still had not been able to sell Bright break it. Janisa said she did not know Kayla's code, which I'm going to be honest with you, I don't believe that, because if they were thick as thieves and besties, I'm just surprised that Janisa did not know her code, but Janisa said that she changed her code a lot. So it could be true, but it was kind of like, you don't know her code? Okay. Not to say every best friend knows your code, but I just had a hard time believing that Janisa didn't know her code, considering they're of a certain age and they probably had access to each other's phones. They shared locations and they were very close and they had each other's backs. So somebody's got have to have your burn request on file. You know what I'm saying? If that's your friend who has your back, I'm just surprised that she didn't know the code, right? And because they didn't have the code, they weren't able to see everything. So I don't know, detectives and prosecutors are going to go based on what they know they can prove. Um, or else you're going to have problems, or else you have people walking out free, which is not what you want. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we want. When they're prosecuting cases, they want to secure a prosecution, and maybe they feel based on what they had on Terry could definitely be accused of being a bad guy, but maybe they didn't even have enough to give him principal. They didn't have enough to give him accessory, because maybe he didn't help her. Is he a bad guy for not reporting if he actually was on FaceTime? Absolutely. Not reporting a crime, something like that. Now where they got that he was in contempt, I have not seen him on file. I've looked him up to see if he had any sort of contempt and that he was subpoenaed or summoned to go down to Florida, and there's just nothing there. Just a second. Okay. All right, let me stop. Okay. All right, let's pivot. Kayla wasn't being completely honest to her friend about how much she was kind of vested into Terry. Is that what you're talking about? He wasn't being completely honest with her about, yes, about seeing him, because we read the part about where she said she was leaving him in whatever year that was at the time, girl. A minute ago. Yes. Okay. So she wasn't being complete. So she was she was giving her friend the tea, but she wasn't giving her friend all the tea. And maybe she didn't, when you kind of start to like the ugly guy, you kind of like the ugly guy. You've been talking shit about the ugly guy, but now you done fooled around and you actually kind of are digging the ugly guy or Mr. Food guy, right? You were, because at the end of the day, Revelto had all the options, right? She was seeing Revelto, but Revelto had his girlfriend, and she might have been salty about that. If it was giving that Terry was willing to give up everything to be with her, maybe she was kind of digging him because he was trying to be there and Revelto wasn't. Who knows? I think she was like any young girl should, any young woman at this age, you should be weighing your options. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, you're not married. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, as far as Terry is concerned, you were in a situation and you knew this girl was damn on the edge. And I just feel like he should have known that Sakiyna was a little bit off her rocker, because at least the night that they went to, is it Showtime? When they went to that club Showtime and he was calling her off the chain, telling her don't get out the car or don't go in the club. He knew something was wrong with that girl. He knew she was in there and he knew she was probably looking for a fight. Well, we read their appeal. So go back into the playlist. We read the appeal. I don't think based on the appeal that they have any, I don't think that. So they're going on like the CODIS. So when they read some information, they felt like the CODIS information was prejudicial because they found her in CODIS, and that would allude to the fact that maybe she had a criminal background before, but they'd already entered her into CODIS. So when they found, it was one of her DNA samples, like they put her sample into CODIS, and then when they identified her sample, so it made it sound like she was already in CODIS, but she wasn't in CODIS as like a convicted criminal, but they had entered her into CODIS, I think, before her DNA was identified. So maybe they found some DNA and it was entered into the system. It wasn't known. Then when they had a known sample and then took her buccal swab when she was arrested, that's what gave the CODIS hit. But it wasn't that she was in CODIS as some sort of convicted criminal at that moment. It was in there because it was an unknown DNA that was found at the crime scene. Hopefully that makes sense. So her DNA was found at the crime scene and they got all of those samples. Everything was put into the computer systems, right? Once they got her, remember, she wasn't arrested till 3 weeks later. So when she was arrested and they took her mouth swab and got her DNA, that's when they were able to match, like, oh, okay, she's a match for that DNA that was found at the crime scene. That was information that was allowed in during the testimony. And her lawyer is fighting that. She says that that was prejudicial because people who are familiar with CODIS may have the impression that she had already had a criminal background and that she was some sort of nefarious person. And that was not necessarily the case. They didn't feel like that was fair and it was prejudicial information about CODIS. And then there was a couple of other things. We can go back to it. Just to review it after we finish getting through this. I don't think Kayla is serious about the. But if you want to know, like, what were the points that they're making for, what are their points of contention, and feel like are possible opportunities with the appeal, go to that video. I have a whole playlist just for Sakiyna, and you'll see it. Okay. All right. Let's get into this transcript because, girl, we've been almost an hour and we have not even read anything yet. So let's finish this one up. And let's try to get into some of the cross because I know the prosecutor Johnson is going to come for her neck, and I'm so here for it. I want to hear what she had to say. Okay. All right. So we were right about here. We'll just start with right here. If you want to know where we're starting off, just go to the last video. So we're gonna pick up right here where she says, answer. She said I was scared. Okay. All right. Did you collect all the glass? No, not every single piece. I'm sorry. Not every single piece. So question obviously is her lawyer. Answer is Sakiyna. She's still on the stand, right? Okay. And obviously we heard testimony and saw a picture that there was quite a bit of glass left as you saw from this trial. Yes. Okay. Now how long approximately after the fight do you think you remained in the apartment? 10 minutes maybe or something? Okay. The bathroom, I don't remember. That you were in throwing up, washing up, did you clean up any of the areas? Yes, the sink part. Okay. How did you clean it? Just like Lysol wipes. Okay. Where did you get the Lysol wipes from? They were right on top of the counter, the island. Okay. On the island? Yes. Okay. So you cleaned up this bathroom. Did you ever try to wipe down the kitchen island? I think I remembered. Now, if you I didn't show you any of those pictures. Now, I saw a video recently where people did show some of the crime scene pictures. I would have to go through specifically and find ones that I feel I would not mind putting out, but it was a very gruesome scene. And when they sprayed the luminol chemical, I mean, there's just blood wipes all over the place. The girl, it was a bloody scene. Um, so it was bad. It was very bad. So, she did try to clean up, but I mean, you can't clean up blood like that. That's why when things like this happen, they send professional cleaners to come and get places back together because I wouldn't say it's impossible because they do get it up, but these are cleaner. They send professional cleaners to crime scenes to clean up. Um, I think I remember doing that. So they asked her, "Did you clean up the island?" She said, "I think I remember doing that." Okay, and obviously you were here for all the testimony. Did you ever enter this bathroom here? No. So she's showing her like the floor plan of the apartment. No. Did you ever go into this bathroom? No. Okay. Did you ever go into the living room? No. All right. So fair to say that you were only in the kitchen area? Yes. Even south of the island? Yes. The guest bathroom? Yes. This hallway? Yes. The guest room, bedroom, the guest bedroom? Yes. Okay. And you're saying that you remember cleaning up this bathroom counter? Yes. As well as possibly the kitchen island? I think I did. Okay. What about the sink and stove area here? I didn't touch nothing over there. Okay. Now you saw from the crime scene photos that it looked like there were a couple of little specks of blood here and what appeared to be blood. Do you remember like touching this area? I think when I grabbed the paper towel, there was probably blood from my pinky, my finger. Okay. Did you not clean this part? No. Okay, all right. Now at this point, you said that you were there for like 10 or 15 minutes and you were cleaning yourself up and cleaning up and trying to pick up some of the evidence, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. At any point, did you leave? I left. Okay. And when you left, what did you take with you? Do you remember or do you want me to play the video? She said you could play the video. Playing video. This is, I think I went back a little too much, but This is when back in Building 5 West, first floor angle, States 34. Okay, now right here, we just saw you. We'll go back into another angle. All right, all right. Do you have with you right now? Is this you? It's me. Okay, where did you get the mask from? It was on the island. From the kitchen island? Yes, it was on the island. Okay. And you already talked about the sweater and the shirt. Were these your pants or did you get them from the house? Those are my pants. Okay. And hard to see here, but you're wearing those pink slippers. Yes. 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 Okay. This yellow item, what we see here, what is that? That's the Fendi bag. Okay. What did you have in it? It had the paper towel. Okay. And this was the suitcase that you said you put your clothes in. Yes. All right. And then your right hand, what are you holding? That was my Shake Shack bag. If I never hear anything about another Shake Shack bag for the rest of my life, that was my Shake Shack bag. What is that flat brown item? That was a cardboard box. My finger was bleeding on that box. Okay. Is that why you took it? I took it. Like she doesn't answer a question. Is that why you took it? And she says, I took it. Okay. Because you didn't want to get arrested for this? No, I did not. Okay. Is that why you did? Is that why you did that? And that's why you didn't call the police? That's why I didn't call the cops. Okay, all right. Now, at this point, we already talked about these two fake Uber accounts and how their hackers used people, how the hackers people used to save money, right? Yes. Okay, so why did you take one of your fake Uber rides to Tamarack Village to see Kayla? Well, really, I was trying to save money because, girl, y'all, well, really, I was trying to save money because I knew I was going to be out there taking a lot of Ubers, and I was signed into Terry's Uber technically, even though it had my name on it. Okay. And I didn't want him seeing the ride because any ride that I ever took with his Uber, whether he sends it or I book it myself, he could see it pop up because were both his Uber account were both signed into it. Okay. So you did not want Terry to see that you were taking a ride to see Kayla because he would have seen it. It was something about Florida, maybe how the notifications come up. It shows like, hey, your destination, your pickup. So sometimes he'll click and then see like where I'm going. Okay. You understand that obviously that looks suspicious. It looks suspicious. Okay. Now, when you're using the fake account to get to Tamarack Village, were you planning on hurting Kayla in any way? No, not at all. Okay. Why did you use one of the other accounts to go back to the Plaza Hotel? I don't know. I just used them to go there, so I just used them to go back. Okay. Why didn't you use the same account, the same fake account that you used to get there? So how it works is each time these hackers book something, it's with a new account. So I don't understand what she's talking about these hackers. Is it that they hack people's accounts so you're basically stealing people's Uber accounts and they're getting stuck with paying for your ride or something? I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this. I don't do Uber, but um I don't know. So she says so it works each time these hackers book something, it's with a new account. Okay. Like each Uber Eats that you get is a new account because I guess how they would use it, they use one account and then they make a new account. So it's a new account each time. Okay, so these people acting like they were balling, spending money, buying designer, but you are stealing rides and food? Can y'all make it make sense? Okay. And she was living with her mother? Okay. Okay, so are they like one use only accounts? Sometimes because I have gotten Uber Eats before. Terry probably really didn't want to comply with this investigation for a couple of different reasons because Terry, I think prosecutor Johnson calls him out for being a scammer. We're going to get to that part. We're going to try. Okay. Ooh, let me settle myself in because I want to hear about this scamming. Okay. Sometimes because I've gotten Uber Eats before where I've seen the same name. I think it's like you use the same name sometimes, but it's a whole different account each time. Okay. All right. So then what do you recall what location this is that we're seeing in states 34? We might learn more about Terry from the prosecutor, so just hang on. I think there's a reason why the prosecutors did not call Terry. I don't even know if he was what they would even consider as reliable. um okay, all right, so then what do you recall what location this is, what we're seeing in states 34? This is outside of the apartment. Outside of the Tamarack Village apartments? Yes. Video playing. All right. Now, this is a zoomed in angle from their cameras. Let me know if you see yourself at any point in this video. Do you know who this person is walking a dog here? No. All right. Do you see yourself yet? I know it's a little bit of a hard angle right there. And now for the record, it looks like it switched angles. Is there another zoom in? Do you see yourself in this video? Right there. What's that? Right there. Okay. How do you know that that's you? Because I remember walking to this little area and sitting down. Meanwhile, the girl is bleeding out to death on her floor. Okay. And we see here that you still have the yellow Fendi shopping bag. Yes. And the black suitcase. Yes. Okay. And why are you sitting down there? So, how the ride works is you need an actual address and can't just give a location because it's not your phone. The actual ride is being booked from. So, it won't come to your current location. Okay. So I didn't want to go back to the apartment, honestly. So I just looked for the nearest destination, and it was the school across the street. So I just gave them the address to pick me up. Okay. And so that's why the school from across the street had her on that video. Okay, so here you're just sitting waiting for the next Uber. Yes, Miss Ross. Okay. This is still states 34 and a different angle. Miss Ross. Now it's an orange car that we see here in the video. I think it is like a reddish car. Okay. Do you know where this is? This is at the school. Okay. Is this the address you gave to call the Uber? Yes. All right. Do you see yourself in the video right here? Is this you right here with the suitcase? Yes. All right. That's the Fendi bag with the paper towels you see you were referring to? Yes. Do you imagine this poor Uber driver is picking someone up very early in the morning, getting in the car? This trick just murdered somebody, and she's bringing all kind of murder paraphernalia, bloody paper towels, glass, evidence, and putting it all up in your car? What are we seeing here in this next frame? This is when I got dropped back off at the Plaza Hotel. Okay, this is the same orange red Uber. Yes. All right. Now, in this next angle of the camera 22, is this you walking into the Plaza Hotel? That is me. Okay, now we see you still have all of the items that you testified to, correct? Yes. All right. Where are you walking here? I'm going back to the elevator to go upstairs to my room. Okay. And this time, what we see in the top right corner is 6:36. Does that sound about right? Yes. All right. Now let me pause this. Okay, so now in the last frame, we see 6:36 in the morning, early morning, July 13th, right? Yes. Did you ever go to that nail appointment that you flew down for? No. Okay, did you speak to Terry that day on July 13th? No. Okay, you heard testimony that there was a phone record or something of you and Terry talking in July. I remember I didn't speak to him about this, if that's what you meant. So I don't know. That comment where he's saying that he was on FaceTime with her, baby, I don't know, but she's not copping to talking to him, but maybe she's trying to protect him. I don't know. I remember I didn't speak to him about this, if that's what you meant. No. Did you talk to, Terry on July 13th? Yes. Of course she talked to him. Yes. So they said, "Did you talk to him on July 13th?" She says, "Yes." Okay, did you tell him about this? He said, "No." She said, "No." Did you tell him you saw Kayla? No. So someone's lying. Terry's in the comments saying that he was on FaceTime. She's saying she never talked to him about this, but according to him, if he was on FaceTime, then he already knew about it. Why not? I didn't tell anybody about this, but your friend wrote a letter saying you asked her to come with you down to Florida. They're all lying. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, it almost doesn't matter if she's lying because we do know that she killed the girl. She killed young Miss Kayla. And, but I don't think she's not being truthful because the only other person who can really tell their side of the story is dead. Okay, all right. Now, obviously, we saw that you had that Fendi shopping bag and suitcase. What did you do with those items once you went back to your room? I went back to my hotel, got back in the room. I had a two bedroom, two beds. I had a two bedroom, two beds in the room. I don't know. This girl cannot speak. I had a two bedroom, two beds in the room. Okay, so maybe she meant to say she has a double. And I just put the stuff like by the door, everything by the I just put everything by the door. What did you do when you got back to your room? I started stripping everything off. I went to the bathroom and I'm still cleaning myself off. I'm crying. I'm still crying. Now I'm crying. Now you just speak up a little bit. Okay. So you're in your room, you're upset, you take a shower, you have those items by the door, and then what happens? And I remember I was trying to comb my hair out because there was so much hair coming on the floor. There was so much hair and my head was hurting. I'm trying to see where the cuts are, how big they are. Now to feel how big they are, I'm just crying as well. I'm crying. And now once you're in the shower, obviously you have all your clothes off. Do you recall or can you explain to the jury the injuries that you saw or felt? I know you just talked about your head. My finger, one. So she's complaining about a finger, but you just almost slashed off, like you. She's complaining about her finger. Any other injuries? My finger was bad. My whole pinky nail came off. That was the pinky nail that they found like under Kayla. Okay. And my stomach, I started looking at my stomach and I was trying to think what would make her do that slash to your stomach, slash at my stomach of all places. She could have went for my face, for my chest. She went for my stomach. And the answer was clear right there looking in the mirror. And what was that? I told her I was pregnant, so I felt like she was trying to hurt me and my baby. I just I didn't just fight for me, I fought for me and my baby. Okay, so then did you go to sleep at some point that morning? She said, "I don't remember falling asleep," which means she fell asleep. Yeah, I fell asleep. I went to bed, girl. Okay. So she said, "I don't remember falling asleep." Okay. Then at some point on July 13th, did you cancel the nail appointment? So the next morning, and by next morning, you're still referring to the same morning. That same morning, actually following a few hours. Okay, because I remember I paid for one night, even though I told her I wanted 2 nights. Okay. And I said, I'll just come back down in the morning because I already waiting there for almost an hour. And I didn't even set an alarm or nothing. I didn't even know when I fell asleep. I happened to wake back up. I think I heard the hotel lady cleaning in the hallway. Okay. I heard something and I woke up and I jumped out of my sleep and I saw the time and I went downstairs. I got dressed and I went downstairs and I had a mask on because at this point my lip was cut up here. Okay. And my mouth was kind of swollen because I had braces at the time. My mouth was swollen and I had like right here above my eye and paid for the extra night. You paid for the extra night? I paid for the extra night and then I went back upstairs. I went before throwing up a lot. I was throwing up blood, hyperemesis. You throw up blood sometimes. Okay. And I'm like, okay, I got to eat something, but I couldn't even eat when the food came because I ordered IHOP. You ordered what? I ordered IHOP. Okay. I couldn't even eat. I was trying to eat, but I couldn't even eat. And now I'm just looking at the stuff like, what the fuck? You were looking at, I was looking at all the stuff like, what the hell was going on? And you, by stuff, like what just happened? Okay, you're referring to the Fendi bag? And it says no audible response. Okay, so what did you do then? So I kind of was just stayed at the hotel pretty much all day. Okay. Like hotel, like all day. And there I had to go get band-aids because I had a lot of cuts on my knees already and previously from exactly a month before. Okay, so she says like hotel, like all day. And there, I had to go get band-aids because I had a cut on my knee already previously from exactly a month before. I'm sorry, we're getting a little feedback. Can you repeat what you just said? I had a cut on my knee from exactly a month before. Okay. And during the fight, I fell and my knee busted back open. Okay. And where did you go to get medical supplies? To the CVS at the corner of the same block of the hotel. Okay. All right. Did you go anywhere else on July 13th? Nowhere else. Okay. Now, what did you do with the yellow Fendi shopping bag and the black suitcase? So there was a little like staff room, a staff room. There was a room with a microwave and refreshments. Okay, downstairs in the hotel. That's where I reheated my food. And then I seen that there was a back door that said exit. So I assumed it was the back of the hotel and I just placed everything in the back there. So you placed everything back there. I just placed everything back there. Did you just leave it outside the door or did you put it in a dumpster or garbage can? There was a garbage can, it was overflowing and was already full, but I put it there, everything. It's it was garbage. Oh my god. This is why this girl is in Florida State Penitentiary. Okay. She said there was a garbage can was the garbage can was there was the garbage can was overflowing. It was already full, but I put it there. Everything. It's it was garbage. Something is wrong with her. Literally something's wrong with this girl. I put it next to the garbage can. You put it next to the garbage can? I put it next to the garbage can. Okay, do you recall approximately what time this was when this was? I just know it was the following later that day on July 13th. On July 13th. I cannot stand the way this girl testifies. It's so annoying. Okay, did you go anywhere that night? No. All right. And you already had your return flight on July 14th booked, right? So in the Fendi bag, she said it was all bloody paper towels. Nobody from the hotel looked inside of a Fendi shopping bag just to see was there some sort of goodie or trash or what the hell was it? Or did somebody just say, okay, it's trash and just threw it in the garbage? Which is fine, but nobody at that hotel noticed bloody paper towels inside of a luxury shopping bag and a suitcase being thrown out. Nobody from the hotel thought, let me call hotel security just to verify that there's nothing amiss in these items before we let them go. Okay. Now, meanwhile, on the news, well, there wasn't anything on the news yet because Kayla's body wasn't found until 3 in the afternoon. So, anyway, now did you call for a ride to get to the airport from the Plaza Hotel? No, I did not. Okay, how did you ride? Who did you ride with? There was a guy trying to talk to me for a minute. There was a guy trying to talk to me from the minute I checked in the hotel. And I just used it to my advantage. Honestly, I just told him I needed a ride back to the airport. Okay, did you run into him downstairs? Yes, I was downstairs because he happened to be leaving July 14th that morning too. Okay, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or what, but or if it was just a miscommunication, but he was not trying to take me. I saw the airport signs, the highway signs, and I saw it said Fort Lauderdale Airport, I think the exit, and he was about to leave and I said, "No, I need to go to the airport like now." He was like, "Oh, I thought we were going to go hang out." I said, "No." And then I just start crying and I'm crying like the whole ride there, and he was like, "What's wrong? Did you tell him anything?" "No." "Okay." He's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "It's fine. I just some stuff going on." He was like, "Can I see you again?" And I'm like, "I'll I'll take your number, but I don't know. I'm not really here a lot." He was like, "I remember he said in our messages, maybe he was texting me if everything is okay. And do I need to come back, or if I need to reschedule my flight, he'll pay for it." And I said, "No, I gotta go. I have to go." Okay, so did he end up dropping you off at the airport? He dropped me off at the airport. All right. I'm going back to States 34, and that was a video. Now, with the red arrow, when you see yourself, just tap it or tap near yourself. I'm right here. Okay, is this person who's in the truck or in the car, is that who dropped you off? Yes. Did we see you hug him? Yes, I hugged him. Okay. And that suitcase that you have here, the metallic one, is that the same one that you arrived with? Yes, that's my suitcase. Okay. And we see that you are also wearing a mask. And why do you pull it down? For identification purposes. Okay, this is the TSA check-in. Yes. And we also see that you are wearing a hat. Yes. Did you keep any of the items, the suitcase, the clothes that you took from Kayla's apartment? No. Okay, did you throw those out with the other items? Everything went out. All right. And we see that you're walking on with your carry-on, correct? Correct. Okay, that's the end of the video. Now, when you arrived back to New York, what happened then? As soon as I got off the airplane, all right, so you get off the airplane, do you get a ride to your home? No, I took my Lyft. I went back to my friend's house because I was staying with my friend. You stayed with your friends? I was staying with my friend. I was in the process of moving and I was staying between her house, and at this point I didn't even want to go back to Terry's house, to be honest. Okay, did you tell your friend what happened? Nobody. Okay, at any point did you call the police? No. Why? I was scared. What about the friend who was supposed to go with her that weekend, who knew that she was beefing with Kayla? I mean, I guess eventually she would have found out. Tamarack Village murder probably didn't hit the New York news like that at that moment, but come on. I was scared. I was pregnant. I was scared to even know if I was still going to be pregnant. A fight. I was getting kicked in my stomach, my chest, everywhere. I didn't even take my pregnancy test. I didn't go to the hospital or nothing. I just stayed in the house and I was just like there every day, just in bed, laying down. Okay, at some point, were you arrested for this case? I was. Okay, do you remember that date? It was the day after my best friend's birthday, which was August 3rd. Okay. Where were you arrested August 3rd? So that morning, I remember waking up. Actually, Terry brought me food, the food guy. Terry bought me food the night before to to your friend's house. Yes. Okay. And I remember he bought me sushi and a bunch of other stuff. And I said, I can't eat sushi. I don't think you're supposed to eat sushi when you're pregnant. Okay, we're getting feedback. I told him I don't think we're supposed to eat sushi when you're pregnant, and I tried to eat the other food. At this point, I think I lost within like 2 or 3 weeks, I lost like 10 or 15 pounds throwing up every day. The only thing I was eating was watermelon and drinking Dr. Pepper because I saw on TikTok that it was a hack. It was this girl's intelligence is very low. Um like a way to cure hyper, it fixes it, and it did. Okay. I was worried, but it did. Okay, so when you were arrested, so like let's get back to the point here. Okay, so when you were arrested August 3rd, where were you taken? The morning I got arrested, they came to the door and I still laying in bed, and my best friend walked in the room. She was like, something's going on outside. And then she was like, they're just asking for you if you're here. She was like, they're talking about a search warrant. Then her sister was like, what's going on? What's going on? And it was a lot of cops. There were some in the front of the house, the back, the side, because they have a side door, I guess, if they assume somebody was going to escape or try to run. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I think they assumed somebody was going to either try to escape or run. It was a SWAT team. Okay? The warrant SWAT team. Okay. And did you go with them? I went right to the front door and I got dressed really quickly. She didn't even know what was going on. She was like, "What's going on?" And I'm not saying nothing. And nobody had guns out or anything. They were there, and they asked my first and last name to confirm my social, and that was it. They didn't read why I was being arrested. It was a search warrant. Okay, my best friend now was just crying at the door, and then I started crying, and they didn't tell her anything. And I told her, all I said, I remember, please don't tell my mom anything. It's going to worry her. Okay, girl, come on. A SWAT team just came to the house and you don't want me to tell your mother? Okay. And then and so then because you're in New York, you were taken to Rikers Island, the precinct first. Okay. And then I was transported to Rikers. And at first, I thought actually I was going to be questioned by somebody about what happened. Nobody questioned me. And the detective Perez that had come to testify, he was the one who took me to Rikers Island. He was the one who took me to the courthouse, actually. Okay. And at some point, were you transported from Rikers to Broward County Jail? Yes. Okay. Do you recall the date? October 18th. Okay, October 18th, 2022, and you saw some photos of you in a jail jumpsuit, right? Yes. Okay. Were those taken here in Broward? Those were taken here in Broward. Okay. And is that you in those photos? That's me. Okay. Now, are you able to show? Are you able to show? Go ahead. Are you able to show one of those photos? Sure. Judge, may I have a brief sidebar? Court, sure. Okay, so Miss Wilkies, I just want to, on the record, with where, I just want it to be on the record that it looks like, I can't hear you, that it looks like the last juror on the side is falling asleep. Oh my God, you guys, the jurors are falling asleep. Oh my God! Your Honor, there's a juror who's falling asleep. Mm-mm-mm. Let me take this off for a minute so you guys can see. Girl, the way she's talking is so stupid. It's like, oh my God, this is the dumbest murder trial in America. This is awful that somebody actually died. And this girl went back to her hotel, took a shower, dropped off bloody paper towels and a suitcase full of evidence at the back of a hotel. Nobody noticed that there was bloody paper towels in a luxury bright yellow shopping bag and a suitcase full of evidence, blood and glass. She ordered fucking IHOP and then trolled a fellow hotel visitor for a ride to the airport. Like, this girl is the dumbest. She is got to be the dumbest criminal on the face of the earth. Okay. All right. So it looks like there's a juror falling asleep. That one. Which one? The woman here, the one closest. The guy in the back? No, the woman. Okay, the lady. Yeah, okay. Let me see if she's sleeping. Yeah. Oh, she may be. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we can let her get up at some point, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think. I mean, well, we can't tell everybody we're going to talk for a few minutes and then she'd wake up and we'll move on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess they didn't want to embarrass her. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, give me 10 minutes. Let me discuss. Okay, Judge. I mean, I'm almost done if you want to. Huh? What's that? Oh, never mind. Go ahead. It's up to you guys. Okay, we'll go. We'll just continue on then. That's fine. Okay, we'll continue. Okay. All right. So do you tell Terry or any of your friends about this? Nobody. Okay. You're on trial for first degree murder. You understand that, right? Yes. Okay. Did you plan on killing Kayla Hodgson? Objection. Asked and answered. I'll allow it. Go ahead. No, I did not. Okay. When you booked those flights, were you planning on killing Kayla Hodgson? No. When you made the Uber accounts, were you planning on killing Kayla Hodgson? Kayla Hodgson? No, not at all. No. When you took the Uber from the Plaza Hotel to Tamarick Village, were you planning on killing? You know what I think? Any of my legal people who might be listening, do you think they were trying to get a second degree? They were trying to get her not a LWAP. They're trying to make it seem like this was either passion or circumstance, maybe not even self-defense, because I don't think she even has a self-defense, like it's her word against the decedent. But I think maybe they were trying to have a lesser included second degree to try to save her from life or life without parole. Maybe you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? When you took the Uber from the Plaza Hotel to Tamarick, were you planning on killing Kayla Hodgson? No. When you were walking around lost in the building, were you planning on killing Kayla? No. When you knocked on the door and went inside, were you planning on killing Kayla Hodgson? No. Did you ever plan to kill Kayla Hodgson? No. Okay. No further questions, Judge. The court. Okay, now let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. We'll pick up from this point. With that, no conversations with each other, no definite fixed opinions with regard to anything. And we'll see you back shortly. You can go back. So then they come back. The court, you can go back and sit down, but you can't have any conversations with anybody. Understand, you're on the stand. You're talking to nobody. You're not talking to anybody. And no talking to your lawyers, no talking to anybody. Defendant, court, yes, yes, okay. Court reporter, are we now on the record? Thank you. What's the case? Yes, Judge. Thompson v. State at 507 SD 1074. Hold on, 50. Florida Supreme Court case. Hold on. Judge, Miss Thompson just has a question. May I speak with her? Sure. You're saying this case stands for this point? Yes, Judge, if you read it. I'm reading it. Reading it. I don't think it stands for that point. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So they go to take a 10-minute break. Everybody leaves. Now let's take a 10-minute break. He's telling the jury to not talk to anybody. The court, you can go back and sit down. You just can't have any conversations with anybody. Understand that? You're on the stand. Okay, so he's telling her to not talk to anybody. Basically, you're still on the stand. So she gets off the stand, but I guess she's sitting at the table. The defendant says, okay, so she's going back. The court reporter. Now Miss Ross. Yes, Judge. Thompson v. State. Okay, so she's quoting some law to the judge. Miss Thompson has a question. May I speak with her? Judge, we're saying this case stands for if you shepherdize it, that's what the other case is. I mean, it's still good law. I'm going to tell you, I don't think it stands for that point. I'm sitting here looking at the concurring opinions related to it. At some point, I mean, Miss Ross, this is during a recess before. It's not saying it was. The state did cross, but I'm just telling you, I'm reading the thing. I don't know what she objected to. Like they're going over something and I'm not really sure. I'm just telling you, I don't think you say, I mean, I can see where you're, but it doesn't say that because if you go and read the concurring opinions say, I would hold that the trial judge in denying a defense request to consult with his client during a brief recess while he was on the witness stand, cross examination is very critical to our, you know, so I wonder if she was asking if Sakina gets to a point where she's stuck, can the defendant confer with her attorney while she's on the stand with during cross? Is that what they're asking? It's not about strategy or tactics of the case. It's specifically about the facts related to his cross examination. So maybe there was some conversation regarding is Miss Ross able? Well, I guess she's able to object. She can object to things if she feels like she doesn't want her client to answer something or feels like a question is out of line, I guess. But I don't know. Um, I think we missed part of that. But the current interpretation of the ruling was is to go back for whatever reason. They didn't even send it back. Judge it. We disagree with the district court's direction that the case must be remanded to a trial court for a new trial. So I don't know what's going on. Something obviously happened in between. They broke in, they said somebody was sleeping. Then they have the little conference about somebody sleeping. Then they ask basically all of Sakina's questions. They haven't really said we're completed yet. They give the jury a 10-minute break and they go into thereupon the jury exits the courtroom, after which the following proceedings were heard. So the court is telling Sakina not to talk to anybody because they're basically still on the record, but he's talking to the lawyers and they start talking about a case where the lawyer was prevented from conferring with their defendant during with their client during maybe a cross examination. Um, but I'm not sure how this came up or what was going on because we lose stuff obviously by not being in the courtroom. Um Anyway, let's just keep going. We'll figure it out. But let's just they're having some sort of conversation about having I guess they're concerned as they should be because Sakina's taking the stand and I guess they want to be able to consult with her, but I guess that's not they're not allowing that. Okay, so the judge is saying over here, he's saying that's fine, but I'm just saying to you, I don't think the case says what you think it says. It deals with the review after the fact, not whether they can or whether they can't. And if they don't, whether it would be harmless or not harmless or a not or not allowing it. Right. And again, okay, because this case involves and it requires what is at this point in time. I don't want to get to the point of whether it's harmless error or not. So as long as the state has no problem with it, I'll go back with what the state says. They're going back and forth about her getting ready to be questioned by the state, and I feel like we're losing some of this. Bougie, please check your device to make sure. Oh, thank you, hun. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. I think she already knows that she's going to get ripped a new one. State of Florida, Candace Puentes, okay. All right, this is it. Okay, we made it. Oh my god, you guys. We made it through October 10th. We're done. Okay? All right. Let's get into how long have we been reading? A while? Has it been 2 hours yet? Hold on. Girl, almost 2 hours. Let's get into Prosecutor Johnson. Miss Johnson. A mess. Okay. Okay. Uh okay, so the 10th was Friday. So we're going into Monday, okay? The jurors are entering. Thank you. We're good. Defense. Okay. We're in. The defense just finished up with their questioning, correct? So it's time for the state. So again, thank you guys for your countless for your courtesies and thanks for being on time. So with that, I actually rested a docket this morning, so we'll get you out of here. Let's see. Anyway, with that, we're ready to go from the state. Yes, Your Honor, ready to go from the defense. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. You want to swear in one more time? Swear. Oh, you do? Yes, swear in one more time. Yes, stand. Okay. Okay, here we go. So here's Miss Johnson. Let me find that picture of Miss Johnson. Hold on, you guys. Um Let me see if I can find this picture. Girl, that's not the one I was looking for, but it just happened to be in my I want the one from the courtroom, October. Okay, there's Miss Johnson when she's pointing out the pictures um, of Sakina's phone, the surveillance, the phone, when they can see from the surveillance pictures and are identifying her that over her shoulder, you can see the screen cover matching in her Instagram feed and over her shoulder, and also the phone cover. And these are from Detective Kuchler's notes. We looked at a lot of this when we initially read Detective Kuchler's notes. So just to get into that. Okay. And then there's Terry. Again, no great pictures of Terry, but there you go. Okay. All right, let's get back to this and this. Okay. All right. Okay, let's try to get into a little bit. Okay. All right. On Friday, during your direct examination, you defined some terms for the jurors. Do you remember that? Yes. You got to speak up a little bit. Yes. The court, same thing. You're going to have to talk close to the microphone. Tell the jurors what you mean by be blocked. To be blocked on social media? Sure. Somebody blocks you from their page, from seeing their page, from contacting them. And so you knew that Kayla blocked you. She didn't want you to contact her, correct? Yeah. And she didn't want you to see her page, correct? Correct. And Kayla was the person that you called a stupid little bitch. Girl, Miss Johnson came out the block, okay? And was the person that you called a stupid little bitch. Correct? Correct. And she was the person that you called big dummy. Correct. And you told her that she was a weak ass. Correct. You wrote on her on IG, and she in fact ignored your message initially. Correct? Correct. And that made you angry. Correct? And when that person you thought was a stupid little bitch didn't want to talk to you on IG, Instagram, you then contacted her and reached out on a different messaging platform. Correct? And she blocked you on there too. Correct? Correct. And that meant that she still didn't want you to contact her. Sure. Is that sure or is that yes? Yes. Yes. You even messaged Kayla in the first time to tell her that you were pregnant, correct? Correct. And in response to you being pregnant, she ignored you. Correct. Correct? Correct? Correct. Blocked from Instagram. Blocked from Instagram, blocked from the second messaging platform. Your next resort was then to what? Text her from someone else's phone? Correct? Correct. Because you knew that she didn't want to hear from you on your phone. Correct? Correct. You have never met Kayla in person, not till that night, but correct. Prior to that day, have you never met her in person? Never. Have you ever spoken to Kayla on the phone? Never. Have you ever emailed with her? Never. Has she ever emailed you? Never. Have you never FaceTimed with Kayla? Never. She's never tried to reach out to you? Never. And you never called or messaged her from your business phone? Never. And Kayla never sent you pictures of her and Terry together? Never. You talked about Kayla blowing up Terry's phone in December. Do you remember that testimony? Yes, I do. Terry cheated on you with a lot of women. He did. In fact, you felt like Terry needed 10 women at one time. No. If I showed you a message that you sent someone reflecting that, would that refresh your recollection if you believe that Terry needed 10 women at one time? Girl, she said yes. And for defense counsel, I'm referring to page 407 of the Instagram. Miss Johnson, may I approach, Your Honor? Yes, you may. And you can just read here to yourself and then let me know when your recollection is refreshed. I remember. All right. You told that person that Terry needed 10 bitches at one time, right? Oh, I love Miss Johnson. Okay. And no audible response. They couldn't even hear her. The transcription said no audible response. Question, right? I was being sarcastic, but you said it, correct? Correct. All right. And these women never knew about you because Terry didn't post you on social media. Sometimes he did. He did. Sometimes. By March of 2022, Terry had only been faithful to you approximately 3 months since you guys had been dating on and off since August of 2020. Something like that. Is that something like that, or is it that? It is that. In August is when you found out that he took Kayla out, correct? Correct. In September, you found out about another girl, correct? You found out another girl, correct? In October, after these 2 months of infidelity, you got back together with Terry, correct? From August to December, the only communication you had with Kayla was from that message on Instagram in August, correct? I think so. You think so? I think so. Would you remember having more communication with Kayla? Probably if you have one. I'm asking you. I don't remember. You don't remember? No, I don't. So you don't remember if you communicated with Kayla other than Instagram message from August to December? From August to December, Instagram, and then only one thing I remember after that is the January one. It was December or January that you said that Kayla was blowing up Terry's phone. The end of December, I seen it, but then I wrote her about it in January. And out of all the girls that Terry had cheated with, you thought this was Kayla blowing up his phone. I seen it. You saw KK. Yes. And you knew that was Kayla because I only knew about Kayla. So I figured KK might have been Kayla. So from all the girls that he dated, you only knew one person with a K. No, when I finally did get his phone, when I checked the call from a few days before that, I seen that the number matched her number. How did you know that was that? How did you know what her number was? Because I seen her text messages. There was an exhibit that was entered into evidence. It's Defense Exhibit 6. Now, this screenshot, this is from an iPhone, correct? Correct. Correct? Correct. And with an iPhone, you're familiar with an iPhone. Yes. And with an iPhone, when you have a person's name saved, the phone calls and text messages will come up under whatever that name is saved under. Correct? Correct. And at top of here, we don't see KK, do we? No. Why is that? Because it was saved and it was unsaved, so the number can show. And who unsaved it so the number could show? Terry. And how did you get him to do that? From when I first got arrested. When did you provide this particular screenshot? Objection, Judge. Maybe we go sidebar? So what, she told him to unsave Kayla's phone number? Girl. Dun, dun, dun. What is going on here? Hold on a second. So he had Kayla in his contacts if Kayla was KK, unless there was another girl named KK. But he didn't have Kayla's number saved. Right. He didn't have Kayla's number saved all of a sudden, right? First it was saved, then it's not saved. So who unsaved it so the number wouldn't show? Terry. How did you get him to do that from when I first got arrested? When did you provide this particular screenshot? Objection, Judge. May we go sidebar? Sure. Okay, let's hear what they said on sidebar. Judge, we received this from a friend who got it from Terry. I explained this to the prosecutor. If there's any issue as to the lateness of it, then the appropriate way to do it would have been to have a Richardson hearing, not for questioning on cross examination. You're going to have to speak a little bit louder to me because uh my is quite loud. Sorry, yes, Judge. Judge, so this text message that she is referring to, we received from Sakina's friend Shantae, who got it from Terry. We received it when I came back from vacation. I sent it over to Miss Johnson right away, but it sounds like she's asking her Richardson question, which, if she's raising a Richardson issue, then that's addressed outside of the presence of the jury. It's not proper to question someone on the stand about when this was received. I'm not raising a Richardson issue, Judge. I'm just asking when she provided it. There have been some comments about text messages that were not published by the state and text messages that were not published by the state and text messages that were not presented. And so the inference that the message is a message that I had and did not have this message. And it goes to also her testimony of, I just wanted to tell my story and no one asked me anything. And this is the text message that was provided. And I have the right to determine how it is that it was provided and then why it doesn't show what she testified to that it shows. And Judge, again, she can, of course, ask about that. That's one of the things that I asked her about, which is, why does it say the dates instead of Thursday or Friday? Because it obviously shows text messages were received after the fact, and but what she's talking about right now is getting into one, burden shifting, and the right to remain silent about why this wasn't provided earlier, because again, we didn't get it from her. We got it from her friend. And number two, Judge, who got it? We received it from her friend. And you gave it to them? Correct. Okay. And in the middle of trial, okay, that's fine. But you asked for a Richardson hearing. No, Judge. I'm saying that her question, oh, I don't know where the Richardson came up, somewhere in all of that. I'm saying that her questions, number one, when this was received, as well as communications between me and Miss Thompson, that is attorney-client and work product, Judge. She's asking now about, oh, well, when did we get this? When did you turn this over? And again, I'm letting the court know, like I let Miss Johnson know we received this, and I have the email. We received this from her friend Shantae, who got this from Terry. I didn't get this from a subpoena, Judge. Okay, I don't understand the whole argument. So the argument is, Judge, she's saying basically it's for the dates. Like, why didn't you give us this earlier to the defendant? And this goes to the right against self-incrimination. It gets into work product. It gets into attorney-client privilege, Judge. This line of questioning is improper. If she has an issue with the lateness of receiving discovery, it's then, and then you raise a Richardson hearing. Okay. Judge, I don't have a problem with the lateness of receiving discovery because I didn't ask for it to be excluded. I allowed it to be entered into evidence, even though I got it after the trial. But there have been several inferences, comments made, even when she introduced the exhibit. I understand. She literally said, we didn't see it. Shh. We didn't see this part. Well, somebody can hear. Well, nobody can hear anything because I can't hear. At least what you guys, again, when she, but now I hear. Okay. Her words were, we didn't see this part of the other text message. That's an inference that the state has evidence that wasn't provided. And so this was, so remember when Janisa was on the stand and they were talking about the text message and there was another text message, but no one had seen it. So I don't know if this is the part of that text message that they're talking about. But they got it later from Terry. Okay. And okay, because Janisa had okay. So keep in mind, I've said this a couple of times. They never Kayla Kayla's phone was obtained by the detective, but they never were able to cell break it. Nobody knew her code. So they never really got into her phone, but they did subpoena her Instagram, right? Number 2, Sakiyna, they took her phone. She never gave up her code. So they never got into Sakina's phone and she didn't have to give them the code. She wasn't obligated to because of self-incrimination, right? Terry provided some information, but as we know, Terry was never subpoenaed and Terry was never subpoenaed and he was never subpoenaed to testify. Okay. So some of the text messages that they have were text messages that Janisa gave over, right? So now they're saying that Sakina's best friend got screenshots from Terry. Why, if they're in communication with Terry, would they have to get screenshots from Terry? They got screenshots from Terry because Terry is clearly not fully cooperating, right? So they may have been able to provide the other side of that conversation because Janisa only had what Kayla gave her and Shantae provided what I guess Terry gave her, right? So Terry's obviously not fully cooperating because why would they have to get a copy of a text message from the best friend and not from Terry directly? Unless Terry maybe deleted text messages and clearly they never had his phone, right? All right. So this is what they're talking about. Okay, look, now they're going to mention Janisa. So this is what they're talking about. And Judge, I made it clear about the text messages the state received were from Janisa. At first, Janisa did not provide this because Janisa was getting it from Kayla, and then they were getting it from Janisa. It's been clear that the state has not been able to get into either phone. Okay. So I'm not sure what she's trying to elicit from Miss Thompson other than getting into when she's providing evidence to her attorney. Judge, okay, I'm going to allow the question. I'm going to allow it. I'm overruling your objection. And Judge, we're objecting because I understand. The objection's overruled. You can ask your question. Okay, so Miss Johnson says, you had Terry provide this text message, correct? Correct. And when did you have Terry do that? Sometime last week. All right. After we started trial, correct. After you saw that message, oh, okay. So so the trial started. Janisa came with that text message and she came with the proof that Sakiyna was texting Kayla from Terry's phone. And they only had part of the conversation. So on the phone calls, which we can't seem to get, they won't give them to us. She called Terry and said, I need the copy of the texts with you and Kayla. Well, from your phone from when I was texting Kayla. Girl. How did the DA not get this information prior to the trial? Because Terry's obviously not cooperating. Terry's not cooperating. He's cooperating to a certain point. And the DA cannot get into Kayla's phone. I've said this like a bunch of they have not been able to sell Bright into Kayla's phone, right? And these were texts, not Instagram. These were like phone call to phone call. So they have not been able to get into Kayla's phone. And Sakiyna has not provided the code to her phone. And they have not been able. I've heard that if you don't have the code to the Cellbrite, that's why they try to get your phone while it's unlocked, and then they put it in airplane mode, and they do something to your phone immediately for it to not lock, because you have the right to not incriminate yourself. And if your phone is going to incriminate you and you're not just handing them your phone and saying, sure, you can look in my phone, which Sakiyna obviously did not do, they haven't been able to get into her phone. Also, on top of the fact that she was doing some of her texting from Terry's phone. Okay, let's get back into it. But this is, okay. All right, okay. So she asked Terry to send the text messages sometime last week. All right, after we started the trial, correct. After you saw that message, that was when you messaged Kayla on the app that you described as Telegram, correct? Correct. You testified about a miscarriage that you had in March. Yes. Or was it April? End of March. And you indicated that you miscarried, that Terry was with you. He was with me. You also broke up with Terry at the end of March. That was your testimony. Yes. And when you broke up with Terry at the end of March, you testified that it was because he pulled up with a girl in his car and that you didn't argue or fight about it at that time. Objection, Judge. Relevance, overruled. And Judge, objection. This goes to character, overruled. Okay, so she's saying, okay. Judge, was that your testimony? Correct. All right, but that's not true, is it? Is that? We had a little tussle. Oh, okay. Before you answer, that's not true, correct? No. No, it's not true. You actually had a fight with Terry. I did. You beat the shit out of him. I did. Ooh. Miss Ross, objection. May we go sidebar? Sure. Judge, this is impermissible character testimony, Judge. She is talking about unrelated incidents of violence. There has been no Williams rule. There has been absolutely nothing. This will only be going to character and propensity and the extremely prejudicial and not probative. Judicial, sure. But Judge, go ahead. Now I cross-examine about the testimony she gave. She testified, I found Terry. They pulled up in a car with a girl and didn't argue. She did not fight. That is a lie. She did argue. She did fight. She said she never fought with the girl very clearly. Judge, the testimony was that she did not fight with the girl. She told the girl and the girl backed off. And her and Terry did afterwards. She never said that it was a healthy relationship. She said it was toxic. I specifically did not get into incidents of violence, but she said it was toxic, right? The relationship. Yes. That she had with Terry. Correct. Because she had trust issues. There was trust issues. She's not allowed to go into that at all. Judge, not fighting. That's character evidence and would be like us going into Kayla's history of fighting or aggression. None of this is permissible, whether it's for the victim or the defense. Judge, they brought it up. I didn't enter any of this in my case in chief. How do I not cross about things that she said? She said, if you're putting to the jury that because essentially what she's saying is, I found out about this girl. I didn't fight then. That's not what she said, Judge. Okay. If we can have read back and specifically said, we can read it back. No. She specifically said that she did not fight the girl, but she told the girl and the girl backed off, and that she was disturbed because the girl was young. She never said anything about how her and Terry handled it afterwards, other than they broke up. Any incidents of violence, Judge, again, our character and inadmissible. There's been no, okay, rephrase your question. No, it's sustained in part, overruled in part. You need to rephrase your question. Okay. And Judge, I just asked that you sustain in front of the jury. What's that? I've just asked that you sustain in front of the jury. I will. Sustained in part, deferred in part. You're going to have to rephrase the question, Miss Johnson. Okay, during the episode where you saw Terry with the girl, did you get into a fight? Correct? I did. And it was during the fight that you injured your finger. Correct? Hmm. And when you, Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of the previous sidebar. Overruled. You injured your finger, correct? You injured your finger, correct. And when you injured your finger, you had to wear your finger in a splint, correct? Correct. And that was the splint that we saw your attorney enter into evidence, correct? Correct. Oh. So she was trying to make it seem like she hurt her finger in the fight with Kayla, but she hurt her finger in a fight with Terry months before. But maybe she re-injured her finger. Girl, Sakiyna just lied the whole way, okay? And just so that the jury is clear, this was all the way in March that you have to wear that finger splint, correct? March. And that was because your finger had been broken, correct? Correct. Now you indicated that Terry was present with you when you had the miscarriage, right? Correct. And that was in March, correct? But in February, you were telling people that Terry still thought that you were pregnant. In February? Yes. You thought that he thought I was pregnant? Miss Ross, objection. Again, relevance overruled. You told someone Terry still thinks I'm pregnant in February. I don't remember. If I showed you the message, would that refresh your recollection? Oh, girl. Yes. And for counsel, I'm referring to 5204 in the Instagram return. Permission to approach. Yes, you may. And you can read here and you can just see the date. Let me know when your recollection is refreshed. Ooh, I know Miss Johnson is good, isn't she, girl? She is tearing her up. Is your recollection refreshed? Yes, I don't remember speaking about Terry. Well, you were talking about that. He still thinks I'm pregnant. I don't remember. You don't? No. Well, how many people were you pregnant by at the time in February? In February, Terry only. Terry only. And so if you wrote someone and said, he still thinks I'm pregnant, then you're talking about Terry, correct? Not necessarily, no. Ooh. Who would you be talking about? I was probably speaking about somebody else that thought I was pregnant. Okay, but then that means you weren't pregnant, correct? No, I was. So why would someone think you're pregnant? Why would it have to be they think that I'm pregnant. I don't remember. That was the date that you had the miscarriage. Sometime at the end of March, I went to the hospital. You don't remember the exact date that I had a miscarriage? No. Now, going down to Memorial Weekend, you testified that you came down to Miami, correct? Correct. And when you came down to Miami, you were not with Terry, correct? No, I was not. And you had been separated since March from that incident. Yes, from March. And how did you know that Kayla had saw Terry that weekend? Mutual friends on social media. And these mutual friends on social media were posting pictures of them together, videos of everybody. I've seen them together in the background. And were they at like a birthday dinner? This is Memorial Day weekend. Yes. I don't know what the event was, but they were together. And instead of scolding Terry, you messaged Kayla? Oh, I scolded Terry too. Okay. Then you also decided to message Kayla and Janisa. Oh, she just cashed her ticket straight to, was it Lowell Annex? Okay. And Janisa. A picture of you in bed. Oh, through his message, through his phone. Correct. Correct. And why did you do that? Being petty. This is when she knew she was getting she was already guilty. This, I mean, to me, at this point, now you're being snickery. You're being snide with the prosecutor, baby. You're done. Okay. So she said she was being petty. You also sent a picture with you and Terry in the background to Kayla's best friend on IG. Correct. And that picture was the picture of you had posted to your Instagram stories, correct? A video. And I say IG, I mean Instagram. Instagram. But you posted the video to your stories, correct? Correct. And now you've never communicated with Janisa in person. Never. You've never communicated with her over the phone. Never. You've never messaged her on Instagram before. No. Janisa has never reached out to you. No. Janisa never spoke to you. No. You were sending her this picture to get to Kayla. Correct. And despite being with Kayla that weekend, you still stayed with Terry? Despite, can you rephrase your question, please? Despite Terry being with Kayla that weekend, you still stayed with Terry. I seen him. We rekindled, yes. Not only did you rekindle, but you decided to have unprotected sex with him. Correct? And that was the day that you told the jurors that you conceived. I bet you that lady who was sleeping isn't sleeping anymore. May 31st going into June 1st, correct? This was also the weekend that you found out where Kayla lived, correct? Correct. And you were able to find her address, correct? Correct. And you verified her address, correct? Correct. You even looked on social media to kind of match up her address with some pictures that she had posted. No. If I showed you where you wrote that, would that refresh your recollection if you did that? Girl, she said sure. Referencing 4977 of the Instagram return. May I approach? So I mean, they didn't even need her phone. They went ahead and got her Instagram and that told everything. And if you want, you can start here. Where? You can start there. This conversation with my best friend. I don't remember it being Kayla. Okay. So then this was March. This was May 29th, 2022, correct? Correct. All right. And so you're saying that there's a different girl that you had found an address for. There always was a different girl. And the answer is yes. It was not Kayla. This was not Kayla. So when you said that you found the address and her mom and all, and that was not Kayla, it was a different girl that also stayed with her mom. Many girls stay with their mother. I saw Terry on the 31st, not the 29th. And so for this girl, you're saying that you matched up her pictures to the address here? I guess so, yeah. So that not, I guess, though, you read it, right? I read it. All right. And so you're saying that it's not Kayla, it's just a different girl that you were looking for an address to match up pictures that confirm that you had the right address. Objection asked and answered, overruled. I seen Terry May 31st, not May 29th by Miss Johnson. That's not my question. My question is that relates because you testified. I asked you, you found out Kayla's address Memorial Weekend, correct? Correct. And the weekend includes more than one day, correct? Correct. These questions about you finding her address, saying, I found her address, that was Memorial Weekend, correct? Correct. And your testimony today is that is a different girl that you found an address for? Yes. And this different girl who lived with her mom? Yes. And for this different girl, you looked on social media and matched up her pictures on social media to make sure that you had the right address? Yes. And that you indicated seeing her car parked outside? Yes. And you knew that this different girl, that her different girl drove? Correct. Yes. Miss Johnson, and you said that was May 29th? I'm sorry. You said on May 29th? Yes. I didn't see Terry till May 31st. No, you made that clear, but it was Memorial Day weekend, correct? Correct. And you understand my question being Memorial Day weekend is when you found out where Kayla lived, correct? After May 31st. So it is your testimony. So your testimony is that you found out after May 31st. It is not it it's not the 29th. You showed me those messages the 29th. That's a different girl. That's a different girl. Okay. Who also lives with her mom? Who also lives with her mom? You testified about a girl that you caught Terry with that lived in California, correct? Correct. And you also messaged that girl, correct? On Instagram, correct. And you testified that Kayla was being violated in group chats, correct? Correct. You also told this girl she had been violated in group chats, correct? And in fact, you would go into Terry's phone and you printed out these screenshots, correct? I screenshot them, correct. Printed out the screenshots of the group chat. I didn't print them out, but I screenshot them. You had screenshots, correct. And you sent these screenshots to the girl in California, correct. And just so we're clear on the timeline, this was June 7th, 2022. And that would be the week after Memorial Weekend, correct. And this girl also this girl also asked you to leave her alone, correct? Objection, relevance, sustained. How many messages did you send to the girl in June? I don't remember. Objection, relevance, sustained. Is this the girl that you testified to that you caught Terry cheating with? We weren't together. We were broken up. That was from March till when we got back together in the end of May. But she found me. And she wrote me, actually. She wrote you first. She wrote me first in a text message, and then I found her on Instagram. She wrote you first in a text message. A text message? She texted me first? Okay. And then you wrote her on Instagram. And then I wrote her on Instagram. Judge, may I continue with the questioning? Yes, you may. And when you wrote her on Instagram, yes, you wrote her several messages on Instagram, correct? I remember, yes. You messaged her for a couple of hours, correct? Objection to relevance overruled. You messaged her for a couple of hours, correct? Correct. And this timeline was in June, correct? Correct. June 7th, correct? And June 7th is approximately 1 week after Memorial Weekend, correct? Correct. 6 days later, you were partying with Terry in a club for your birthday, correct? June 12th, going into June 13th, correct? And you were drinking that night, correct? Correct. And at that night, you would have been 4 weeks pregnant. Objection to character overruled. Correct. I think that was one of the appeals, is that they feel like they allowed the reference about her drinking as something like there were a couple of character items in the appeal, what they are appealing, that they feel like the judge allowed things that diminished Miss Thompson's character, as if. But anyway, that's one of the items about her drinking while pregnant. um so after being in Miami, finding out Terry was with Kayla Memorial Weekend, correct? Correct. And then you also found an address, your testimony, that wasn't Kayla's address. It was a different girl, correct? Correct. And then 7 days later, sending messages to another girl who lived in California, correct? Correct. And then approximately a week after that, you're partying with Terry at a club for my birthday, correct? I'm sorry, for my birthday, correct? For your birthday, you testified that you kept going back to Terry, but Terry provided you with a certain lifestyle, correct? No. He didn't buy you designer items. I bought myself designer items. What? Girl, we thought Terry was buying you everything. Oh, you were buying for yourself. Oh, okay. Terry didn't buy you designer items. I bought myself I bought myself designer items also. Okay. He provided you with a substantial amount of money, correct? Correct. What does bands mean? Okay. No audible response. Um I can use it in a sentence if that helps. Can you use it in a song too? Ooh, Sakiyna is a mess. She said, "What does bands mean?" And then Sakiyna answers something, but the transcriptionist couldn't read it. And then she says, "I can use it in a sentence if that helps." She said, "Can you use it in a song too?" What? If you say 30 bands, what does that mean? Answer, $30,000. And when you say 10K, what does that mean? 10,000. Within a month, Terry gave you $30,000 and then $10,000 at a different time, correct? Objection to the relevance. Girl, he gave her $30,000. No wonder she was fighting for. Girl, she was fighting for her little piece of man. He gave her $30,000 and then $10,000, and she was living with her mother. Come on, she wasn't letting Terry go, and neither was Kayla, because he might have been caking Kayla off too. Within a month, Terry gave you $30,000 and then $10,000 at a different time. Correct? Objection, relevance, overruled. Correct. Okay. Defendant said correct. Okay. And this helped the lifestyle that you liked, correct? It didn't help. It didn't help, she says. You liked the lifestyle, correct? I was already living that lifestyle. It just added more money. He brought you a Chanel bag for your birthday, correct? And after, he gave you $30,000 and then another $10,000 in March of 2022. He gave you another $20,000, correct? And you testified to those Uber accounts that you described them as hacker situation, correct? Correct. But this is a scam, right? Yeah, it is. And Terry knew that those scams because Terry is a scammer, correct? What? Uh-oh. That's why Terry wasn't cooperating. Terry is a scammer, okay? Correct. Girl, it's like Nesto. And that's how he's able to provide you with all this money, correct? Correct. And with the Uber scam, these aren't hackers. These are people that have their credit cards assigned to accounts, correct? I don't know how it works, but but you know that your name isn't Denny Jack, right? Your name isn't Denny Jack, correct? Correct. And that was the name of the Uber account, correct? Correct. And that wasn't your credit card, correct? No, it was not. And you knew that, correct? Yes. And for the other Uber account, that wasn't your name either, correct? No. And the credit card that was used, that wasn't your credit card, correct? Correct. Girl, they're saying all this in front of the jury, baby. Sis, you no wonder they took an hour. They only took an hour, y'all. Okay. Out of all of the women that Terry has cheated on you with, Kayla was the one that you singled out, that you wanted to talk to in person to let her know that you were starting a family. No, it was the other girl. It was another girl or two. Okay, did you have flights booked to see them too? No, Miss Johnson, stop it. She said, did you have flights booked to see them too? Ooh, Miss Johnson is a mess. No, because they lived in New York. What about the lady in California in June? No, you didn't want to go talk to her. We spoke, but she respected what I was saying. I guess you could say. Oh, so it was respect that you demanded, correct? Not your demands. Oh, demanded. She demanded the respect. Oh, okay. So it's respect that you demanded, correct? Not your demanded. And you felt Kayla did not respect you, correct? I don't think she respected me. No. You studied Kayla, didn't you? Studied? No. You found out who she was best friends with. Yeah, that's how it is on social media now. You can find out pretty much who's best friend, who hangs out with who, etc. And you could not do that from Kayla's page because she had blocked you, right? Yes. And so you had to go through other means to study Kayla, who Kayla was, correct? I didn't study her, but I seen who Janisa was pretty much from day one. And you had to go through Terry's phone to get her address, correct? Correct. And you knew that he would send her food. I actually didn't know that until his trial started. So, how did you get her address? Through his phone. How? In a text message. And in that text message, why was she sending him the address? I don't know. Whatever they spoke about, probably on FaceTime, she sent the address. You knew that Kayla was a bartender, correct? Correct. And you knew that she was beautiful, correct? She was pretty. Going into July, you indicated that you were down here for a trip to do a celebrity's nails, correct? Who was that? Future, Future, Future. And so Future booked you to do what exactly? So I met Future. So she doesn't even answer the question. So I met Future when I was here for Memorial Weekend. My friends and I got invited to a pool party. We went and I didn't wear a pool party attire. I just the same picture, that video that I sent to Janisa, I wore that outfit. I walked up to him and I said, I want to introduce myself. I'm a nail tech. I bake cakes. I've done other celebrity nails before. I showed him pictures and videos. And then I said, I would like to do your nails if you'll let me. He said, I'll support you. He gave me he told me to take his engineer's number and they're going to hook something up. And that's what he said. I said, okay, I'm serious. I'm not I'm not from here. I'm going back to New York soon. So about a day or two later, after I sent the pictures to Kayla of Terry and I kissing, that's when I did his nails. I don't remember the next day, but it was after that. It was probably the next day or something. And I ended up doing, I think, like 8 or 9 people's nails that night when I went to his house. This was still when I was in Miami, Florida. So I made a substantial amount of money because I charged them extra since they're celebrities and they're celebrity friends. So I told him I'll be back down here soon to do your nails again because your nails usually need to get done within the next couple of weeks slash month. Then I told him that I want to do his birthday cake. He said that he'll allow me to do it. I said, I'm serious. I'll need a deposit so that I know you're serious. And that's how it happened. All right. So you're coming down here for a nail appointment and to bake a cake. I was coming down here for the nail appointment and to collect the deposit because Future's birthday in, I think, October or November. The nail appointment was made, you're saying, in during Memorial Weekend, the first one. No, what I'm saying is the nail appointment that you're coming for July was when was that appointment made? Memorial Weekend? No, I don't remember, to be honest. You don't remember? No. So you don't remember when you made the appointment for you to come down here in July? It was on FaceTime and I said I'll be done. I'll be down here in a few days. And so it had to have been close to around July 13th weekend. I wonder if they ever called Future to find out if any of this was even true. So we're already planning to come here on the 13th. Ugh. So you made the nail appointment saying that you were already coming down, but you said that you came down to see Kayla because you already had a client appointment. So which one is first? You told Future you were coming down because you already had plans to be down here. But you said you came to see Kayla because you already had appointments. Girl, which lie is it? So you were already planning to come on the 13th. I was already planning to. Why didn't her lawyers talk to her and say, sis, that's not, the timeline is not timelining? Why didn't they catch that? So you were planning on coming down here July 13th. I was already planning to come because he said that he had to do some shows and stuff the week after. So if I was coming, come on, and said, okay, I'll come now. Okay, so I'm confused. You were coming July 13th for him, or were you already coming on July 13th and you told him, I will already be here? No, I was coming July 13th for him. And when you were coming July 13th for him, that what the purpose was to do his nails, and the other guys that I did their nails. And I told him, if you have some girls do their nails, I'll do their nails too. And I was going to collect the deposit for the cake. And what time was the appointment with those guys? They're pretty all night and they're at the club. So usually my appointments will start at 1 p.m. the earliest. Did you have an appointment time? I told him I will be there around 12 or 1. And where were you to go? Where was I to go? Correct. Where were you going to do their nails? At his house, the same place I did it. I'm sorry, in his house, the same place I did it. And that's in Miami? Correct. I don't remember the address. I'm not from here. Do you remember the city? No, to be honest, but you were in Miami, correct? I was in Miami Memorial Weekend, yes, but I don't remember where Future lived. But you were, when you saw Future, you had still been in Miami, correct? Correct. Girl, it's giving like when Nesto said that he was in damn Memphis when Young Dolph passed away or something. You know what I'm saying? Like it's giving, girl, stop lying. I don't believe that. I mean, I know that they said she did Tiana Taylor. Like people have said all kinds of things. I don't know what's true with this girl because she lies. All right. And so you know the difference between Miami and Fort Lauderdale? Now I do. But I really thought every area was kind of like Miami. I'm not from here. You knew that at least by the word that Miami is, the word Miami and Fort Lauderdale is the word Fort Lauderdale, correct? Correct. When you got off the plane and you took your Uber, you asked the Uber, you asked them you asked them to Uber you to the Plaza Hotel Fort Lauderdale. That was Fort Lauderdale in the name, correct? Correct. So you would know where to go for your appointment at 1 p.m. At that time, I had the address in my phone. And when you say that you were going to do their nails, and I know Miss Ross talked about about what you packed on the plane, the only thing that you mentioned was a nail file, correct? No, she asked me, "Can you put a gun in or a knife or anything like that?" I said, "No." She said, "Can you put a nail file?" And I said, "Yes, I have my nail things." Okay. So you had more than a nail file, right? I had more than a nail file. You had more than a nail file. There are nail tools, correct? My nail drill, my UV lamp, my polishes. I have enough stuff. You had cuticle pushers, correct? Cuticle pushers, cuticle oil, and cuticle pushers are sharp, correct? No, I have wooden ones, the disposable wooden ones. Did you have any type of scissoring? No. Did you have any type of other manicure tools? My nail drill. I have disposable cuticle pushers, cuticle nippers, cuticle what? Nippers. And what is that? It's like the nail clips, but sharp, but shaped different. How is it shaped? If I showed you some cuticle, um, if I showed you some cuticle, if I showed you some nail tools, would that help you out? Of course. Of course. You've been doing nails since you were 15, correct? 15. So you're pretty familiar with nail tools, right? Yes. Miss Johnson as a demonstrative aid showing defense. Miss Ross, okay. All right. So here are some of the nail tools. These are pretty consistent with professional nail tools, correct? Correct. In your professional opinion, since you've been doing this for a long time, correct? Since you've been doing this for so long, right? Correct. And so in the items that we see here, do you see the items that you brought with you? Cuticle nipper, nail clip, and that's it. Everything else I use, it's disposable. Let me check my phone, guys, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Um okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't get a message from my daughter. Okay. I wonder if they think that there was a sharp object used. Okay. So when you say the cuticle nippers, that is a tool right here. Yes. All right. And that's what you brought with you on the plane, correct? Correct. And how much were you charging for these appointments with Future and his crew? When I first did his nails, I charged Future, the actual celebrity, 300. Everybody else I charged 150. And 300, we're talking, you're not, because it's Future. So so you're not putting on false nails, are you? No. You're doing a manicure, a nail manicure, but it's a celebrity price. Okay. But it's a manicure. It's a manicure. So you're buffing his nails, buffing them, shining them, polishing them, scrubbing his hand. You didn't normally travel for to do nails, correct? I've traveled before, but you stopped traveling at a certain point, correct? Because of COVID. In June, do you remember telling someone that you hadn't been doing nails or cakes? When you have your own business, you're self-employed. Just answer the question first. No, I don't. You don't. No. If I showed you where you said that, would that refresh your recollection? Yes. All right. And for the defense counsel referring to 4760, may I approach? So, just so you can read here, where do I start? You can start if you want. You can start here on June 24th, 2022. All right. Is your recollection refreshed? Yes, the conversation was different. Okay. But regardless, on June 24th, 2022, a couple of weeks prior to your nail appointment in Miami, you told someone, I have not been doing nails or cakes, correct? Correct. May I elaborate? You can if the defense wants you to. May I elaborate, Judge? I ask that she be permitted to respond. Judge, Miss Ross. Okay, Judge, I ask that she be permitted to respond. No, you have to wait. No, she has to wait until she's asked her questions. That's fine. And Judge, then we ask that she be permitted to respond to the question fully. You can ask the question, you can ask her a question related to it when she's on redirect if you wish, but not right now. When did you call to cancel that appointment with Future? I wrote the engineer. His name, I don't remember his real name, but they called him Mayhem. I wrote him and I said, I can't come no more. Some things came up. He didn't respond. Girl, unprofessional as I don't know what. I mean, I can't come no more. Something came up and no, they didn't respond. They probably weren't expecting you anyway. When you said that you wrote him, was that on your phone? Text message. A text message? Yes. All right. And that text message, you would be able to find the text message in your records. Probably not. I'm not sure. And you said that Future also wanted you to do his birthday cake. He didn't want me to. He didn't want me to, but he allowed. He said that he would. He allowed me to. He said that he'll allow me to do it. When were you down here in June? Yes. All right, but you know that Future's birthday is in November, correct? Yes, I know. And I said I'm coming to take a deposit. You were coming to pick up a deposit? Yes. And why would you have to fly here to pick up a deposit? Because it's a big amount. And what was the amount? I think if I remember, it was, I don't want to push and nothing past 8,000, but it wasn't going to be under 5. Are you kidding me? She was going to charge $8,000 for a birthday. Girl, what kind of cake were you? Were you doing like 10 tiers? And so you were going to bake a cake for Future for $5,000 to $8,000? Yes. And how much was the deposit you were going to be picking up? It was going to be like 3 something. 3,000? Yes. All right. So your testimony is that couldn't be sent electronically and could have, but I was also coming to do his nails, so, like, I came to pick up the deposit at the same time. You testified that when you went to Kayla's house, you didn't know if she was home, correct? Correct. And that if she wasn't home, you would have just left. Yes. You knew that Kayla lived in building 5, correct? You knew that Kayla lived in building 5, correct. And the building numbers such as 5 is on the actual building, correct? I think it was, if I remember, yes. The only 2 buildings that you went to were buildings 5 and 7, correct. How long after you went to Kayla's door did you knock on it? The first time or the second time? The second time when I saw her come home, maybe a minute and a half. And it's your testimony that Kayla, AKA who you called the stupid little bitch, let you in and invited you to smoke some hookah. She didn't invite me to smoke hookah, but she invited me in. Okay, and then she lit a hookah. She was making her hookah. You testified that you sat at one of the bar stools, correct? Correct. At some point when you did, you take your jacket off. I never did. So you had your jacket on the entire time? The entire time. And you said that you and Kayla got into an argument, correct? Yes. And when you got into the argument that the argument stopped at some point. Yes, because she pushed me. Well, were you arguing before she put the dog out? I started speaking and then she started getting a little belligerent. And then she picked her dog up and put him in the room. I thought that was her room and found out that was not her room. Okay, and let's just pause for a second. Judge, permission to move? Sure. All right, so should I step now? Sorry, I can just leave this back. I'll point. You're seated here. Which bar stool were you seated on? The one closer to that one? To Kayla? Yes. Kayla was, yes. All right. So you're on the bar stool. Yes. And prior to Kayla putting the dog up, your testimony is that she was belligerent. Yes, she started getting angry. Angry and belligerent. Belligerent means more than angry. So what was she specifically doing? Well, after she started blowing the hookah in my face, I knew that she was being nasty and she was doing it on purpose. And that's when I started telling her, well, asking her, are you going to leave him alone? Are you going to keep responding to him? And she said, no, if he keeps hitting me up, I'm going to keep responding. Okay, wait, let's see. Are you going to leave him alone? Are you going to keep responding to him? She said, no, if he keeps hitting me up, I'm going to keep responding. So I said, you're not going to leave him alone? And then that's when I made the comment about her being number 2. And if she's happy, I didn't understand why that triggered her, but now I understand why. Then she was like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And I smell liquor on her breath. So I think she was drinking on. Okay. You didn't say that on Friday, right? No. All right. So we missed that part on Friday with the liquor on her breath. Objection, argumentative, overruled. So now you're adding that she had liquor on her breath, right? Yes, I smelled liquor on her breath. Judge, again, overruled. Objection, argumentative, overruled. Is that a yes? Yes. All right. And so she now is your testimony being belligerent to you. Yes. And at some point she gets up from where she was, correct? She was on the other side. She wasn't sitting next to me. She was standing smoking her hookah. On this side, A little bit in the middle. In the middle here? Yes. Okay. So she's here and you're here, correct? And she walks from here, correct? And she walks to that room and puts the dog up. That room, this room here. Yes. Okay. So imagine one of these apartments where you come in and the kitchen is like right there to your left, right? So you walk in, there's a kitchen to the left with an island. On the other side of the island, there's like a little hallway with a bedroom on the left and a bathroom on the right. If you're in the kitchen and the living room, to the left of the apartment, there is a door and there's a whole bedroom suite there. So that would be like the main bedroom. So you go inside and there's a bathroom inside that particular, there's like an ensuite bathroom. So that would be like the primary suite of the apartment. And then you've got down the little hallway, you've got the quote unquote guest bathroom. And that's when she says she thought that was Kayla's room, but that would have been her mother's room. Kayla's room was down the hallway in that other room. Okay. Just to, if that makes any sense, if that's like a little bit of a visual. So to the left, there was a door, and that was, if your hostess is being rude, why not leave? And I wouldn't even call Kayla a hostess at that point, but right. If you are there visiting someone, be it business or not, or foolishness, if you see the temperature is ratcheting up and it's getting a little out of control, um, or it's going left, you should know it's time to go, right? Yes, I agree with you, Fit Mom. Okay. She walks in the room. She walks to what room with the dog? That room. This room here. Yes. All right. And when she walks to this room, where you didn't go to the door here, correct? No. All right. And so you're saying that you thought initially this was her room, correct? Correct. But you did see this room over here, correct? I seen that room when I was looking around. Yes. All right. Because when you testified Friday, you said that when you guys were arguing in that hallway, that you spinned around and you saw a room that you didn't see before. I seen a room when you walk in, you could kind of see that room, and I thought it was a one bedroom. I just thought she lived by herself. Well, didn't she say that in that text message, she said that she found the address of the girl and she lives with her mom or something like that, right? So you thought it was a one bedroom when you walked in? Yes, but then at some point, were you sitting on the chair, you realized it was another bedroom? You realized it was yes, it was another bedroom, correct? Not when you were arguing here, you realized it before that, correct? Correct. And so when you testified on Friday that you realized there was another bedroom and you thought someone may be in the bedroom, you knew that there was no one in that bedroom before 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 Kayla put the dog up, correct? No, I didn't know if anybody was home or not. You didn't hear? And did you hear anything in that room? No. Did you see anyone moving in the room? No. During the time that you guys were arguing, no one came out to offer assistance, correct? No. All right. So Kayla goes and she goes all the way down the hall and puts the dog in the room, correct? Oh, so she put the dog in her room, correct? And then you're sitting here by yourself, correct? The hall is not long. You could see her sitting on that stool. Okay. But my question is, you were sitting there by yourself, correct? Correct. Then I got up. No one was holding you back, correct? No. No one was blocking the door. Correct? Correct. All right. And so after this belligerent conversation, Kayla leaves you by yourself, goes, I would have gone to put on some sweatpants and some clothes, goes to put the dog in the room. Correct? Correct. And then it's your testimony that you came back to the room. No, I was standing there. I walked to her. You walked where? I walked and I was speaking to her. Okay. And so after the argument that you had, you walked past the area that will take you to the front door and you walked down the hallway to follow her to the room? Bitch, what? Yes. And this is after she's being belligerent? Correct. And when you did that, what were you doing? What did you say to her? I was still going back and forth with her, telling her that she's number two, and if she's happy with being number two. Okay. And you were saying that to antagonize her? Yeah. And so at that point, did you get into the argument that you described on Friday? At what point did it, the physical argument, the physical, correct? The fight? Correct. When she pushed me, she probably pushed you because you came down into a private part of her apartment. And where did she push you? Were you in the hallway? I was like half of my feet was in the room. Oh, you were following her into the room. So you went down the hallway and you started entering the room. Half of her foot was in and half. No wonder she pushed you, bitch. Get out. What are you doing? Wow. Okay. So you actually made it inside to where this bedroom is. Yes. A little bit into the bedroom. And then she pushed you out of the bedroom. She pushed me out of the bedroom. Yes. Well, that makes more sense because she said Friday, it seemed like they were sitting at the counter and she just made it seem like Kayla pushed her out of nowhere. It would make sense for Kayla to push her because damn it, what are you doing following me down the hallway? And then you're like coming into the room, you weirdo. I don't even know you. You're like that's weird. Right. Not only do you get up from the island, it's not like you're walking down the hallway and say, "Hey, can I use your bathroom? Is the bathroom down here? Do you mind?" You're following her down a hallway to a private part of her apartment where she did not ask you to come. You two are not friends. Let me take a sip of water, guys. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. So you didn't only follow her down the hallway, but you went into the bedroom. Shoot. Okay, a little bit into the bedroom. And then she pushed you out of the bedroom. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of my room. Okay. She pushed me out of the bedroom. Yes. And then what happened? Then I pushed her back. And she had slippers on and a robe. You pushed her back. And then what happened? And then she got up. Oh, you pushed her to where she fell down. Oh, okay. She got up and we started fighting. And then you started fighting. The fight was contained here. Yes. And then you were fighting here. What was she doing to you? And what were you doing to her? We were going blow for blow. She was hitting me. I was hitting her. But at that point, in my mind, at that point, I was like, I might get jumped and there might be somebody extra because it's 2 bedrooms. Somebody might come in and then so you're going to pause. So we're going to pause you there. When you're saying that you're both going blow for blows. Be specific. What was Kayla doing to you? Pulling my hair, punching me, punching you where? My face. Where on your face? Point to it for us. I don't remember, but everywhere on my face. You don't remember where she was punching you on your face? The day you killed somebody, you don't remember? In my face. I mean, this is why you killed it. My face. I mean, this is why you killed. Maybe she meant to say you killed her, right? No. Right? No, that's not it. No, you didn't kill her because she was fighting you. No, I killed her because she took the glass from the hookah and slashed me across my stomach. Okay. And we'll get to that. But in the hallway, you can't tell the jurors where it is that she was punching you in the face. All over my face. All over my face, right? All over my face. Very high. You're fair-skinned woman, correct? Correct. And she was punching you where? On your cheeks. On my cheeks. Both of your cheeks, my mouth. I had okay, your mouth. You had braces at the time. Your chin, everywhere. Everywhere. Your neck, probably your forehead, everywhere. Your eyes, yes. You were getting beat up pretty bad. I was lethargic. I was pregnant. I was getting beat up pretty bad. Yes. Okay. And then after she did this, what happened next? Then I went to the front door right when I was about to grab back and grab my bag, that fucking Shake Shack bag, because my Shake Shack bag was on the island. That's when she ran up, took the hookah and smashed it on me. I think she smashed her with the hookah because they were fighting. I don't know that she smashed her with the hookah because she was trying to leave. I think she popped her with the fucking hookah because, bitch, you attacked me in my damn apartment. How were you able to get away from her? She said, I ran. I ran. Ran where? You're at the door. How are you running? You're at the door. She smashes you on the head with a hookah. And then you run, but you didn't run out the door. You ran back into the apartment. Girl, would you stop lying? So you, at some point, were able to escape being punched? Yes, because I was punching back. So one of the punches let you stagger back, and that's when I moved. So one of your punches caused her to stagger backwards. Yes. All right. And once she staggered backwards, that's when you made your way to the front door. I was trying. So she was trying to retreat. All right. And when you made your way, when you're trying to make your way to the front door, how far to the front door did you get? From, was it here? A little more. Here. A little more up. Here. Right about there. Right about there. Yes. And when you were right here at the front door, it's your testimony that Kayla then did what? Took her hookah and smashed it across my head. She smashed it. Did she smash? She took the entire hookah? The entire hookah. All right. And when she did this, when you said that, you were seeing stars, yes? And where did you fall? Splayed. What does that mean? Splayed out on the front, like my head to the door. All right. were you on top of your stomach? Yes. And then what happened? What happened next? And then I tried to get up and I kept on grabbing my hair even more and punching me. She kept grabbing my hair even more and punching me. Was she grabbing your hair from the back? From the back. All right. And then what? And then one point I was on my back and but didn't she say she ran? She smashed her on the head with the hookah and then she ran, but now she's saying she fell down. And then at one point I was on my back and how did you get on your back? I rolled over. All right. While she was doing what? Still punching and grabbing my hair. So she was punching you on your back and you managed to roll over. Yes. All right. And then what? She was kicking me in my chest and my stomach. She was kicking you? Oh, she was kicking me. All right. She was kicking you in your chest and your stomach and my stomach, not on your face. No, not my face. All right. Not my face, not my face. And then what? And then I wouldn't remember I was kicking her back and because I was still down and she was just still punching me and I got up and then we started fighting again and we're still fighting. So you got up, you managed to get up. I managed to get up and you're still fighting? Yes. And when you got up, what position were you and what position was Kayla? And now we're face to face. And you're still by the door? We're still by the door. And she's on the side of the island or was she on this side of you? My back is to the door. Your back is to the door. Yes. And how is she facing? To me, to you? Is she in this area here or in the kitchen? In the kitchen. In the kitchen here. Yes. All right. So she's facing you this way and you're by the door here. Yes. Your back is to the door. Yes. And then what happened? And we're still fighting and we're still fighting. At one point we fall again. I busted my knee. You fell again? I fell again. Right. We're saying that you busted your knee. Yes, because I already had an injury exactly a month prior to that. Okay. And so when you fell, where did you fall? I don't exactly remember, but I fell. You don't remember where you fell? Still by the door? Still by the door, yes. And where was Kayla? At that point, she was close to me. Close to you where? On top of me, well, above me, standing above me. So you're on the floor and she's standing above you. Yes. All right. And you're watching her stand above you. And then I get back up and we're fighting again and we're fighting again. Okay. You got back up again. Yes. And we're fighting again. And then what happened? And that's when I started seeing glass. When did you pick up the glass? I don't know. But you're fighting her, looking at her the entire time. Not the entire time. I'm fighting. My eyes, as I fight, my eyes are closed. It's open, it's closed, it's open. I'm getting tired. So you, at some point, did you see her pick up the glass? No. All right. And so, but I've seen it. I've seen it in her hands. Okay. You've seen the glass in her hand? Yes. What did the glass look like? Like it was sharp of the hookah vase part. A whole thing? No. Just part of it. Part of it. And what did she do with it? She started slashing it, slashing it, slashing it. Slashing where? Trying to slash me. Oh, like she was waving it around probably. Okay. And so she's trying to slash at you and she's not getting close enough to slash at you. No, she's getting close enough because my jacket was cut. Okay, your jacket was cut up. My jacket was cut up. Okay. What did you do with your jacket? I threw it away. Okay. So the cut up jacket, you threw that away. Threw it away. All right. And is that the only thing getting cut up? My shirt got cut up too. Your shirt got cut? Yes. And what did you do with your shirt? Threw it away. Threw that away. Did your skin get cut up? My skin did get cut. What part? My stomach. Your stomach? Yes. Is that the only part? Yes. All right. And when your testimony is that she cut your stomach, yes. Okay. So all right. And so when your testimony is that she cut your stomach, yes. And you saw that once I felt it. I'm asking you, did you see her do it or did you just feel it? I felt it. So you just see her do it. So you didn't see her do it. No, I didn't see her do it. What were you doing at the time that your stomach got cut? Like this? You were doing what? Protecting my face. And you were protecting your face by putting your hands up? Yes. All right. Did you have any slashes on your hands? No. All right. So you feel a cut, correct? I feel a cut. And then what? And then I blacked out. I don't remember nothing after that. And what caused you to black out? Rage. Rage? Yes. So rage caused you to black out? Yes. And you described for the jurors on Friday that the entire episode you're texting with Kayla. So you described for the jurors on Friday the entire episode. Your text messaging with Kayla, your messages that we can't see, you were able to remember that, but you can't anything after you're blacking out. You're telling the jury that you can't remember that. No, because once you black out, you black out. It's traumatic. You don't remember. And at what point did you unblack out? When she was down when I first stopped. How did you know that the fight had stopped? How did you know the fight has stopped? Because I got back to consciousness. Like I just got back. I didn't black out no more. Okay, how long were you blacked out for? I don't remember. I don't know. Okay, and so you came back you've regained consciousness, and where are you? I'm standing right there by the island. All right. When you blacked out, where were you? At the corner of the island. Which corner? There are four. Right there. Right here. Exactly. Yes. So you're here when you blacked out, correct? Yes. And which were you facing? The door or were you facing the living room? The door. Okay. That makes sense. So your back was to Kayla. No. When you blacked out, I was facing her. So Kayla was on this, came on this side. Yes. So Kayla was on this, came on this side. Yes. All right. At this point, did she come there? I guess we turned during the fight. You guess or you know? I mean, this is a fight. This is exactly why you killed her, right? This is a fight, Miss Johnson. I don't remember this traumatic event like blacking out. So when you unblacked out, you were prior to you blacking out, you were by the door. Yes. All right. And you were facing the door. Yes. And Kayla was facing you. Yes. I'm publishing States Exhibit 55 medical examiner photos. Oh, sure. I'm publishing 9710. Tell the jurors what Kayla was doing when you when you caused this injury, this slashing to her nose? What was she doing? I don't remember. I'm still trying to fight. Was she still trying to fight you? No audible response. You got to speak up. Yeah, she was still trying to go at me. Okay. So when you caused this slash to her nose, was she still trying to fight you? I don't remember. I literally blacked out. I don't remember these pictures. Looking at these pictures, I don't remember. So which one is it? Because you said she was still trying to fight me, and then it was, I don't know. After she slashed my stomach, I lost it. I blacked out. I don't remember these. So I don't remember doing these injuries. I just remember it stopped. So when you just testified that she was still trying to fight you when you caused this injury to her, that's not the case. Objection, misstatement of testimony, overruled. You'll be able to redirect. That's not the case. Can you repeat it? Sure. I asked you, what was Kayla doing when you caused this slash across her nose? You can, and you said you don't know. Still trying to fight me. Do you remember saying that? Sure. Is it a sure or is it a yes? You remember saying that? Yes, I remember. All right, saying that. And so, is it your testimony that when you caused a slash across Kayla's nose, that she was still trying to fight you? My testimony is when I blacked out, I don't remember what happened. Okay, so which one is it? Was she still trying to fight you or you don't remember? I don't remember. Publishing 9844. When you caused this injury to Kayla, was it that's labeled 22 that went from her ear down to the corner of her neck and over to her jaw? That was Kayla doing. What was Kayla doing when you caused this injury to her? I don't remember. I blacked out. You don't remember? No. The same picture that's labeled as 19. Were you stabbed Kayla in her jugular, puncturing her carotid artery? What was she doing to you? I don't remember. I blacked out. What do you have in your hand? The glass. How do you know that? I grabbed it at some point. At what point? After she slashed my stomach. Prior to you blacking out or after? She slashed my stomach. Then I grabbed the glass and I blacked out. And where did you grab the glass from? Her hand. So you actually was able to disable Kayla with the glass that she had in her hand. So you actually was able to disable Kayla with the glass that she had in her hand. Yes. All right. And you didn't. All right. And did that cut you at all? I did have some cuts in my hand. Okay. And so you grabbed the glass from her hand. It's your testimony that that's when you blacked out. I blacked out. Publishing 9866. The stab wound that, sorry, publishing 9875. The stab wound that Kayla has on the back of her hand, that what was she doing when you caused that injury? This is probably during the time that I blacked out and she was trying to what? Put her hands, I guess, to defend herself? Sure, yes. So after you unblacked out, you cleaned up. After I blacked out, I just stood there for a little and I started crying. You got up to speak up a little bit. You got to speak up a little bit. I said after I blacked out, I just started crying. Okay. You never called 911, correct? Correct. You never called for any help for Kayla. No. Instead, you went to go shopping for clothes in her closet. Shopping. Objection, argumentative, overruled. You can answer. After that, I ran into the bathroom and I threw up. That bathroom in the corner. And I looked at myself and my mouth, and I was bleeding because I had braces at the time. My head was bleeding. What part of your head was bleeding? Right here, the back. All right. And other parts of your face, I had scratched by my eye and my lip. That's all I remember. And what about your hands? My hands had scratches on them. On the back of your hands too? My pinky nail came off on my right hand. That's what they found under Kayla. This pinky hand. I still have a scar. There was a scar on this pinky too. And what about your stomach? My stomach also. And so, did you bleed? Yes, I was bleeding. All right. And so, what did you do about the bleeding? So I started to grab paper towels. I went to the kitchen. I grabbed some paper towels and started washing my face. All right. Let's just slow that down. So you were in this bathroom, right? Yes. The bathroom over here. Correct. All right. And then you came out of this bathroom and you go to the kitchen, correct? Yes. And at that time, were you still wearing the shoes the Prada shoes you came with? Yes. All right. And those shoes, they have like a thick, and those were like lug type, design, correct? Correct. All right. So then Detective Suarez was testifying that the lug design, you recognized that, correct? Correct. All right. And so you still had your Prada shoes on. And so you walked from here to the kitchen, and where the paper towels over here, where you saw those empty paper towel rolls. It was next to it, yes. Okay. And so you walked over to Kayla's body? No. How did you get to the kitchen? I moved the other way. You moved the other way? Yes. All right. Around. Where was Kayla's body when you unblacked out? She was in the middle between the island and right here. She was right here. Yes. Okay. So Kayla's body was right here. A little more down. A little more down? Yes. All right. And then the police finally found her the next day. Her body had been moved here, correct? Yes. How did you move her? How did her body move? I don't know. You don't know? Did you drag her? You don't know. I didn't drag her. You didn't drag her? I did not drag her. Okay. So it's your testimony that where Kayla's body was found, it is your testimony that it's different than when you found her when you blacked out, correct? I'm sorry. When you unblacked out. Yes. Kayla's body was not in this position, correct? Correct. All right. And it's your testimony that the drag marks that we see, that you did not do that. No, I did not do that. Mm. How did you get out of the front door? I grabbed and I got up. How did you walk over the blood? It wasn't really walking over blood, it was walking in the blood. You walked in the blood? Yes. With what shoes? The BB shoes. I changed my shoes. All right. So in the blood, and then you see, if you guys look at the body cam video, there's blood going all the way down the hallway. There's like bloody footprints going all the way down the hallway. Like you can hear the officers telling people coming down the hallway, like, be careful because there's blood, like there's footprints in blood. Um, I changed my shoes. All right. So in the blood, you walked in blood with the BB shoes out of the front door. Yes. And so you didn't put anything on the bottom afterwards, on the bottom of your shoe, of the BB shoes. Did I put anything on the bottom of it? Correct. To prevent the blood from tracking on the no. The sidewalks or the or outside? No, no. And so you walked out when at what point did you put the BB shoes on? When I was changing. And where did you change? Right in the living room. And so you walked past Kayla's body, correct, to get paper towels, yes. And when you walked past her body to get the paper towels, she was dead? Was she gasping for air? What was she doing? I believe she was dead at that time. And why do you believe that? Looked like she stopped breathing. So you looked at her and you looked at her and you saw that she had stopped breathing. Yes. And you saw that she had blood coming from those places that you stabbed her. I didn't see where the blood was coming from. It was so you okay. It was a lot of blood. I didn't know where the blood was coming from. So you get paper towels and you go back to the bathroom. Yes. And then you do what? I'm cleaning myself up. Okay. And what did you do to clean up as it relates to your stomach? The scar. The scar? No. What did you clean up? The cut? What did I clean up? Correct. My stomach, my head, my mouth. Okay. And then what did you do as it relates to my pinky? Okay. What did you do as it relates to anything else that these injuries on that night? I don't understand your question. Is all the only thing you did was clean them up. I took some paper towels, I put it on my stomach because it would not stop bleeding. Okay, my head, I had to hold it for a minute. Okay. And that was it. All right. The paper towel that you put on your stomach, where did you put that? I threw it away too. I'm sorry. I threw it away too. Not in Kayla's house though, correct? No. So you packed that with you. Yes. All right. At what point did you go looking into Kayla's closet for clothes? So it was testified that that room was her room. Did you or you did whatever room that you what room did you go in to look for clothes? I went into that room. I went into that room that the fight started in. Okay. So it's your testimony that you went into this room to get clothes that belong to Kayla. Correct. All right. And when you were in this room, you found a pink hoodie, correct? That we saw you leaving on surveillance, correct? And a white shirt. And a white shirt? Yes. All right. And you put those items on, correct? Correct. But you kept your pants on. Yes. All right. There was no blood on your pants. There was blood on them. There was? Yes. All right. And where are those pants? Garbage. You threw those away too? Yes. Okay. What else did you do as far as cleaning up? The bathroom sink. Which bathroom sink? The same bathroom sink I was spitting the blood out. Right here. Yes. Okay. And then what else did you do as far as cleaning up? From what I remember, that's it. Okay. You didn't do anything. You didn't do any cleanup in the kitchen? Yeah, let me just double check. Make sure. Okay. Oh, thank you. Someone sent me a I'm responding. Thank you to my sis who sent me a Cash App. Thank you so much. That's sweet. Okay. Y'all, I just wanted to make sure Farrah's good. I didn't see any text messages, so I think we're good for another little bit. I just want to make sure if you're new, make sure to subscribe. We're making our way through here. We're about halfway through this, but girl, how long how many hours has it been? Y'all, we're almost on 4 hours. Oh my, let's go for about another half an hour and then we'll finish it up tomorrow, girl, cuz baby, I'm starting to get tired. My mouth is dry. Um I love Miss Johnson. Miss Johnson is my kind of prosecutor. I love that she asks the snarky questions, but still gets the facts, keeps it professional, but she's asking what we need to know, right? She's good. Okay. All right. Just one second, guys. Let me get this positioned right. Okay. Um, okay. And then what else did you do as far as cleaning up? From what I remember, that's it. So it sounds like to me that she may have dragged Kayla's body, but keep in mind when if Kayla died right in front of the door, there's no way you could open the door and get out and all that shit she had. When she walked out, we saw her with a fucking suitcase. There's like a wall right there. So it's not like it's a wide open front door space. It's almost like a narrow front door space, right? So there's limited room. With a suitcase, Shake Shack bag, fucking Fendi shopping bag, and there's blood on the floor, so it's slippery, and a dead body at this point of a woman. I don't know, maybe Kayla was like 150. I think she was like about 5'7". She was tall and now she's deceased, right? When Revelto opened up the door, she had to have dragged Kayla's body. She just doesn't want to make it look bad, but she had to have moved her body out of the way to get out the door. There's no way she didn't move her body. It's awful. Isn't this sad? This is terrible, right? She's lying. I mean, this is my thing. If you're going to tell this much, baby, you may as well just go ahead and tell the whole truth at this point. She might think she actually still really has a chance, but at this point, you may as well tell the people what happened. There's no point in getting on the stand and admitting to killing somebody and not telling the whole damn truth. You know what I mean? Like at this point, girl, just you may as well tell the truth. Okay? Because you going to jail regardless. Because when she was able to, at a certain point, when you were able to get the weapon, even though you went to confront this girl in her own domicile, you went to this girl's house uninvited. You guys get into an argument, get into a fight. You guys start fighting. It's a mutual fight. You guys are going back and forth. You could have ran to the fucking door and left. You get to a point. Now you're fighting. She's got glass in her hand. According to you, she's trying to get at you with some glass. You get the glass from her. You could have taken the glass, thrown it. You could have taken the glass and got rid of it. Whatever you did, you could have taken the glass and retreated because now you have unarmed her. But no, you decide to go ahead and kill her. Okay. Yeah, Revelto was able to open the door. Now, 911 did tell Revelto to try life-saving measures, but he said, remember when he testified, he said where her body was where her body was. He didn't, he said he walked around the island to get to her, but he said he didn't move her. What's her damn name dragged her from the front door. It's obvious because if she died right there hemmed up in the corner, you had to have moved her. You had to have moved her to be able to get all that shit out the front door. There's no way. And he said that as soon as he saw the door, as soon as he opened the door, he could see the scene. And he immediately let the door close because he was shocked. He was startled. And then he opened the door back up, and that's when he was calling 911, like crying. If you've heard his 911 call, he was damn crying, like he was shaken that the girl he's dating is laying on the floor dead. Anyway, okay. Is this a good place to stop, or you want me to keep going for a few more minutes? Girl. Whew. She dragged her body. And I mean, I don't know what's worse. I mean, killing her is awful, but the fact that you dragged her body to move her out the way so you could just pack up and leave. Okay, we'll go a few more minutes and then we're gonna stop. But yeah, okay. Um. All right. So okay, you didn't do any cleaning up in the kitchen. I remember the glass. I put it at the edge of the island and I think I wiped it. You think or you know? I don't remember. You don't remember? Did you black out again? No. Objection, argumentative, overruled. That you didn't black out? Did you? No, I didn't black out again. Okay, so if I'm asking you, you didn't remember what you cleaned up as far as the island is concerned. I was trying to get out of there. I moved so fast. I don't remember really cleaning the island. No, I don't remember. So you don't remember if you cleaned the island. I don't remember. Okay, is it possible, is it a possibility that you could have cleaned it? Possibility. All right, and if you were cleaning the island, what were you cleaning? The island. Oh, is she, girl, you just don't care at this point, right? But what were you cleaning off the island? Blood. And where did that blood come from? I'm assuming Kayla and I, both of us. And the blood that's from you, where was that from? My stomach. So there was blood on the counter from your stomach, blood from the glass. Blood from the glass. Yes. All right. And so you took the glass from Kayla and then you put it where? I took it with me. Oh, correct. Okay. But prior to being back on the island, where did you put it? It was right on the island at the corner of the island. At the corner? This one. Yes. All right. So the glass piece with the blood on it was in this corner, correct? Correct. And so it is your testimony that if you were to clean something, you would have cleaned this area, correct? This area, correct. You're not saying that you cleaned any other area. I probably did. You probably did. I probably did. But you're telling this jury that you don't remember. I don't remember. What did you do with the hookah? I took it with me. Okay, and when you say you took that with you, you took every part of it? Every part of it. All right. And you're familiar with the hookah, correct? Correct. And the hookah has several parts, correct? Several parts. And you are familiar with how to use the phrase make a hookah, correct? Yes. Basically, it's getting the hookah started. Yes. All right. Now I'm going to ask you about the certain parts of the hookah. I have a hookah with me. Would that assist you in demonstrating parts of the hookah? I could demonstrate it with or without it, but for the jury, sure. We need something that's the same size and the same kind of they had in the house. I'm not going to say that this is the same size, but she can tell me if it is. But Miss Ross, okay? It's just a different parts. All right. So there are several components to the hookah, and this isn't, I'm just going to show you in general. This isn't the same hookah, obviously. Correct? Correct. All right. But it's, as far as a hookah goes, it has the same components. Correct? Correct. All right. And so every hookah has a base, right? Yes. And so far, this particular hookah, this would be the base. For that one, yes. And for this one, yes. And not saying for that one, I'm saying for this one, okay? And that one, because we threw the hookah, you threw the hookah away, correct? All right. So I can't show the jury the hookah, but I have this one for demonstrating. Yes. All right. So this is the base, correct? And what goes inside of it? That part is your left hand. What? The part is in your left hand, and I'm saying, what outside of the actual tool, what goes inside? Oh, water. Water. So water goes inside the base, correct? Correct. All right. And then this part also goes on top of the base, right? I'll put it on so that, okay, all hookahs are different. So I really don't know. Okay, you're right. There's a portion where there's a pipe that goes into the water, correct? Correct. Um, all right. And so as we go along identifying, so you took the base with you, correct? Everything. Is that a yes? Yes. All right. And then your testimony is that the same glass, because there's hookahs that have more glass, correct? And Judge, I'm sorry, may we go sidebar for a moment? Okay, so this is the thing too. Wouldn't there have been water on the floor? And I'm sure the water could have dried up by the time that Revelto got there, but wouldn't there have been some water, even if it was like 8 to 16 ounces of water in the base of the hookah that would have, I don't know, maybe that doesn't mean anything. I don't know. Guys, let's stop here. I feel like this is a good place to stop at this sidebar and just kind of process, because we've heard a lot and we've gone through almost 100 pages on this one, and we finished up like 30 pages on another one, and we're almost at like the 4-hour mark. She's a fucking nut. She is. She's crazy. Yeah. She is a certified nut job. It's sad that I feel like I've said this several times, but it's really sad that Kayla encountered this girl, because she's a fucking nut. She really is. And this guy wasn't even worth it, just to be honest. It's not like they ever stopped. This is one of these toxic couples that will always be in contact with each other. And Terry now has to raise this woman's son. I mean, it's his son too, but he's got this child. All of this testimony, video, this whole sorted mess is available online, and this kid is going to know what a trash bag his mother is. Like, his mother is a total trash bag, and that she's in jail. She's in prison for murder because she wanted to control his father so bad. Like, I feel so sorry for this kid. That's who I feel sorry for. You guys, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted from reading for 4 hours. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. Make sure to hit the thumbs up for me. This was crazy. This was absolutely nuts. That's Miss Johnson right there in the gray suit, y'all. The wonderful attorney, Miss Johnson, who is amazing. Our Shiro. She's the Shiro in this whole thing. She prosecuted and pulled this whole case together. I'm sure she had help in the Broward prosecutor's office, but that's the Shiro right there, Miss Johnson, handling that nasty work with Shakina on the or Sakiyna, excuse me, with Sakiyna on the stand and letting her absolutely have it and catching all of the lies. Okay, so we're gonna have to finish this up. Maybe we're gonna, I don't even want to put a date to it, but we're gonna try to finish this up sooner than later so we can get finished. But you guys, just if you did not know, I'm gonna tell you now. We'll also do the testimony. We'll do the reading of the closing arguments as well. After we finish up Sakina's testimony. So we're halfway through Sakina's cross and redirect. And then we'll do the closing statements or closing arguments. And then what I want you all to know, which I find a little bit of a key, is that the jury was only out for an hour. They deliberated for 1 hour. That's it. That's all the time that they needed to make the decision about your girl. Okay? That's all they needed. I don't know. Probably. There's a bunch of weird. Broward is full. I'm sure. She did have. Uh-oh, my dogs are barking. She did have a fight with somebody. I feel like I talked to you guys about that incident report. Next time we meet, I will read to you guys the incident report, and I'll see if and I'll have a couple of other things. Next time we meet on this topic, I will pull a few things before we get back into the reading, okay? All right, you guys. You guys have a good afternoon. Hit the thumbs up for me. Share this video if you're on Facebook. I know Facebook was here. Facebook, thank you for holding me down. YouTube, period. You guys are amazing. Make sure if you're not subscribed here on YouTube, make sure that you are subscribed to this channel. Make sure your notifications are set so that we go live back on this topic and finish this up. You will be notified. Okay. I'll see you guys a little bit later. Take care. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys later on. Bye, guys.